Recording in
Department of Ag.
progress.
And I really think that's going to lay the foundation of these local level connections, how we move forward, and hopefully you, with your partner that you're somewhat tag teaming on your director's reports, hopefully you find ways to remain in contact. I think these are beneficial connections across the board. And then moving through the agenda, we get lunch at some point, I'm sure. There's a point where we will have executive session, and so at that point, we'll just do the CWCB. So I think yeah, the CDA folks will be able to ski or snowshoe or fight the snow home if so necessary, but and then we'll be moving through the rest of the CWCB agenda. But really, I am so thankful for this meeting and so appreciative for the connections that I've already made, and look forward to long-lasting connections. I hope this is not the last of these meetings.
Well, thank you, Director Mitchell, and Madam Chair, thank you for hosting us in your home basin. It's a pleasure to be here in your town. I get the privilege of sitting in both boards as a non-voting ex officio member of the CWCB and as staff to the Ag Commission. And often I have the thought in both boards that I wish the other board could hear what the other board is talking about. And I think that is the foundation of what is bringing us together today. Just the brain trust that we have in this room and online is pretty remarkable when it comes to tackling the real and present issues that we have to face as a state, as agriculture, as water users, and as people who love Colorado and are invested in its future. So I see that potential with bringing our boards together to have the conversations we're going to today. But as Becky said, Director Mitchell said, we hope that this is a launch pad for many ongoing conversations and points of intersection in our work. As has been mentioned, this would not be possible without incredible work by our teams, both at DNR and Ag. In particular, Melissa Guthrie and Viola have gone through every single logistic we can imagine, troubleshooting up into the end, and making sure that we were all able to get here and be here present as smoothly as possible. So thank you so much for all the work you've put in. It was also such a pleasure to have the FFA students here this morning. As you know, as I talk about every meeting, the future of agriculture and young people in ag is a priority for us, and how do we make sure they are supported. I love what Carmen said at the beginning, that there is a place for every single person in agriculture, no matter where you come from, how you get started. And our jobs is to find those starting places and to reach young people where they are and help them on their journey. And I think what Jay Whaley and Todd and the crew are doing at Sirocco is a testament to that vision in action. With that, I just want to say thank you again. I'm so looking forward to the conversation today and how we move forward as our joint boards. And with that, I would like to ask my board chair, Colleen Pepler, to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Kate. First, I'd like to say to Director Mitchell, I saw your presentation at the Ag Forum, and what an enthusiastic presentation. And what I got out of it more than anything was your love for what you do and what you want to represent. So first of all, I want to kudos to tell you that she did an amazing job there. So also thank you to Viola, Melissa, you're great. We appreciate getting us here and everything. As a person that grew up on a dryland wheat farm in northeastern Colorado and then married an irrigated farmer, for the last 38 years, I have learned that water is gold, and it continues the value of that gold of the water to go up. So I'm very excited about the conversations we can have today with the commissioners and with the directors, and the excitement of what we can do in joint. Thank you, and thank you for hosting us.
Thank you so much. But lots of thank yous up here today. So it's a great way to start off a meeting. A lot of times we find ourselves at the CWCB meetings with some sort of message or theme, and certainly would seem that we're starting off this meeting with a message of gratitude, which is You know, we're all grateful for the moisture we're receiving and to have a bit of a break from, you know, aridification and drought in your face at every moment. It's nice to, I'm gonna eat my words, but it's nice to see the rain that's falling, even though we'd prefer it to be snow. And so we will go ahead and continue. Jen, this will be your time to do the CWCB appointment update is the next item on our agenda. And I know things have changed, so we don't do an oath of office.
We don't do an oath of office. I expected you would do the introductions, but I'm happy to.
No, can I?
Sorry, your name was next to it, so didn't want to shortchange you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
She didn't get it. If you're comfortable with this, I want to first welcome 3 new board members. They were confirmed, I think yesterday on the yesterday morning. I don't know the exact minute that it occurred. They went through a committee hearing last week, and I have to say it was pretty seamless hearing, and I think it is reflective of the quality of the new board members, and it was an amazing experience to be part of a smooth process, and that it was reflected in it getting immediately put on the full floor's consent agenda. So the new board members, and it is a total pleasure to recommend or not recommend, but welcome them. But I have an existing relationship with all of them. I've known them. I've known their work in water. I've known who they are, both as leaders in their basins, but also behind the scenes and the passion that is carried. I don't want to take up too much time because you'll get to meet them further in their director's reports, but Barbara Vasquez will be representing the North Platte Basin. They're in capable hands. Nathan Combs from the Rio Grande, and then of course Lorelei Cloud from the San Juan, San Miguel, Dolores, basically the Southwest Basin. So I'd like to welcome them. We don't have to do the full things that we've had before, but this is a work intensive board. I welcome you to the land of free labor. Some of you already know it well. And really, I see you all as leaders, not just in your areas, but as leaders across the basin with multiple interests. And each of you have difficult, complex basins that you're going to be representing. And so we're here to support you in that. There'll be hard decisions ahead of us, and there'll be some easy, fun ones. We are an emotional board. We are all passionate about what we do. There is not one person that's sitting up here, and so we expect that all from you also. So thank you for committing. You put the servant in civil servant.
Thank you. And welcome again. Thank you to each of you for being here and making the travel on short notice, not knowing whether you'd be confirmed or not. Always a fun time with that. So all right, so we will do our review and approval of today and tomorrow's agenda for the CWCB. Are there any changes or comments on our current agenda as in front of you? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion of approval. Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Brown. I'd like to move approval of the CWCB agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Lorelei. I will second.
Thank you, Director Cloud. I have a motion, a second on the table to approve the agenda as written. Any discussion? Anything online? Keep forgetting about the online presence. Thank you, Viola. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thank you. All right, we will move on to our review and approval of the January 23rd and 24th, 2023 board meeting minutes. I know that Director Sakata had some last minute edits yesterday evening. Thank you for those. Those have been incorporated Abstentions from Director Vasquez, Cloud, and Coombs, I assume. Thank you. Any further edits or changes? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Director Brody,
I'd like to move for approval of the January 23rd and 24th board meeting minutes. Thank you.
thank you. Second. Director Felt, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposition, please indicate by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thank you. Right. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I meant to make this comment a couple items back and we just moved quickly to the agenda. But I just wanted, I was thinking about this on the drive up yesterday that for our new board members, we don't do an oath anymore in this meeting, but there's nothing to prevent you from going down to the shoreline of the basin or the rivers that you represent and making whatever oath you want to. And I would encourage you to do that.
Thank you, Director Felt. It's very heartfelt. I'll kick it over to Commissioner Pepler. You have you take the floor. I don't need to
Okay,
give it to
thank-
you.
All right, commissioners, we are needing to review and approve today and tomorrow's agenda. You've had the opportunity to review. I'm entertaining a motion to accept the agenda. We've received a motion from Commissioner Brandt. Segundo will second the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any online? Opposition? Okay, approval of the agendas for the next 2 days are approved. Also, the second thing we need to do is review and approve the February 8th board meeting minutes. Were there any corrections or additions that you found necessary to make? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion of approval of the meeting minutes from February 8th.
I so approve.
Okay, Commissioner Block approves. Do I have a second?
Roberto, second.
Okay. Berto seconds. Any questions? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes also. Thank you.
Okay, Director Gibbs, would you like to give your report? I know you have an 11 o'clock or, yep, are you ready? Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to run right at 11, but I'll be right back. So thanks for the flexibility. And I also want to echo welcoming all the new members, just looking at everyone, Director Felt, you and I go way back from right to float issues, I don't know, close to 20 years ago. Director Cloud, it's so great to get to know you on the Lower Basin tour and see your passion for water. I'm just so excited to see you here. Director Combs, awesome. I felt like I got to know you when we were at the Rio Basin tour, what was that, a year and a half, maybe a year ago or so, and to see your passion for your basin and, you coined the term STP of same 10 people involved with a lot of going on in rural areas. Not only you're involved with this, but, school board and long list of areas. So I know your dedication for your basin is huge and really appreciate it. And Director Vasquez, same thing with you. I mean, your involvement with everything in the North Platte, whether it's your involvement before with the CDOT commissioner and BLM RAC, but we're just really excited to have you here as well and offer your expertise. So welcome everyone. Let's see, definitely want to thank Viola. Thanks. Let's give her a round of applause for really helping to organize everything. You are always amazing. Okay, quick staff updates for the DNR. Our EDO hired a new assistant director for energy innovation. That's Aaron Ray. So he started on February 6th and really hit the ground running. Our tribal liaison position was posted and closed. We're currently reviewing resumes and we'll be identifying candidates here shortly to interview. And then actually I'll be here all day today, but tomorrow I'll be heading down to the Front Range for interviews for Parks and Wildlife Director positions. And that's been, we've had an acting director for close to a year. And so really exciting to have that position to be closed here soon, to have a, get rid of the acting and figure out a way to have a full-time CPW director in that role. Our budget updates, the JVC, they've been really busy finalizing the budget before it goes to the House and Senate. They've approved unanimously our Colorado River Policy and Technical Support Team. And to remind you all, that's for 14 FTE to support Becky and her team, as well as support staff that would be within Division of Water Resource to all kind of bubble up to support Becky and everything she needs on Colorado River issues. Also, the GBC has delayed action on our request for $12.6 million for the Water Plan Grant Program. They are waiting until tomorrow's forecast to see what that looks like, but I'm very optimistic that hopefully that will stay intact and we get the money we need for that. Let's see here. And then legislative updates here. The General Assembly obviously is in full swing. Just last week, they hit kind of the midway point. They're discussing over 500 bills, believe it or not. And there's always late bills and so forth that get introduced. And just last week too, there were some bills that were debated for, believe it or not, for about 24 hours. And so legislators are planning on working over weekends to really make sure that they take care of the bills that they need to discuss for the remaining 53 days of the legislative session. I know that we are working hard to promote the bills that are significant for the DNR. And we really have amazing legislative director in Daphne Gervais. Some of you have worked with her. She previously was with Colorado Counties Incorporated. So we're really excited to have her on board. But just to highlight a few pieces of legislation that are significant, Water Resources Review, the Water Resources and Agriculture Committee was made into a year-round committee. That's as a result of Senate Bill 23-10. We were big supporters of that. They already had one of their first hearings and had updates that were specialized on Colorado River issues, interstate compact compliance, and some of our priority bills for the legislative session. Thinking of our priority bills for this legislative session, we are continuing to work on our stream restoration bill, as well as the DWR technical fix, and then as well as our annual legislation for Species Conservation Trust Fund and the Water Projects Bill, to name just a few. And then with just the 2 minutes left I have or so, we did have the IBCC met on February 15th at CSU's Spur campus in Denver. For those that were able to make it, it was a very, I think it was a really productive meeting. We heard from Amy Ostick on the interstate and federal information section. We heard from Director Mitchell on Colorado River issues. Let's see, Nate Pearson spoke from my staff. Kelly Romero-Heaney spoke as well. And it was very productive. I know Ken Brenner was here earlier and he graciously agreed to step up to be kind of a co-chair with Lisa Darling from the Metro Roundtable to really help lead a next version of the C9 Summit. Many of you participated in that C9 Summit that occurred September 2019. But for that, we brought in IBCC members, Basin Roundtable members, CDBCB members, maybe in the future Ag Commission members too, but to really have this big summit on water that we're working to tentatively target as November 14th. So put that on your radar screen. And our next IBCC member meeting will be held June 8th. And we're finalizing the location, but it'll likely be held in Glenwood Springs. So that's all I have right now. I got to run outside for a quick meeting, but I'll be back just in about 30 minutes. And thanks for your flexibility. I appreciate it.
Of course, I'd ask if there are any questions, but we have limited time, so they're short
Great.
questions.
Yeah, or really short.
There we go. All right, thank you so much. Director Mitchell.
Thank you. And just a few updates in the spirit spirit of efficiency. Updates from our interstate, federal, and water information section, and that primarily focused on the Colorado River. You may have heard since our last meeting, the basin states have been waiting for additional information about reclamation's supplemental EIS process relating to the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. We continue to feel optimistic that and confident that the 6-state consensus-based modeling approach is responsive to reclamation's call to conserve 2 to 4 million acre feet. And I think it represents some major progress on a few fronts. First being that the fact that the 6 states were able to reach an agreement is very significant, and this alone should be compelling the Bureau of Reclamation as they consider options. The proposal also includes the long overdue step of accounting for evaporation and system losses in the lower basin states, which is a huge step forward. Calculations show about 1.5 million acre feet of water per year that's unaccounted for or lost through evaporation and transit losses. It also would call for additional cuts to the lower basin states on top of this, really depending on mead elevations. In terms of the upper basin, the proposal first also acknowledged something that has been unacknowledged in the upper basin, and that is the hydrologic shortages that are taken on a frequent basis. And if you know what the last 20 years have looked like, you know that we've been taking shortages in the upper basin states the majority of those years. Why I was willing to sign on to a letter with 5 other basin states was primarily due to that fact and the push for evaporation and transit losses accounting. I think that was something that was different than what I've seen before, and I think represents a success from the work that we've been doing, not only within Colorado, but across the upper basin states. Also, in terms of the upper basin, the proposal includes voluntary conservation efforts like System Conservation Pilot Program. We're going to hear a little bit more about that later today. But really, again, the clarity of the consideration of hydrologic shortages that our water users, our ag producers face annually. And the fact that that wasn't even part of the conversation just a year ago, it is better understood, it's recognized, and it's due in part to not only the the Water Conservation Board, but our partners in the Department of Ag. And so I think that acknowledgement is huge. Our messaging about what folks are going through on the ground on a daily basis. I'm hoping meetings like this help me magnify that even further about what we're facing, the hard decisions that have to be made on the ground, and how we are really living on the front lines of climate change, and can be an example of how to do things better and how to be responsive to what's actually available. It remains all of those facts, and I think they are facts. It remains to be seen whether Reclamation will appropriately consider the proposal, but we expect to hear more from them in April. You have also heard, and there is much nervousness and concern around things like System Conservation Pilot Program, and I understand that. However, I think it's important, while we did not cause the current crisis, it is something we can contribute to as a solution. But this contribution must and will be limited because of the shortages that we just talked about. The shortages that our water users are already routinely been facing relative to the small amount of water that we use in the upper basin. You're going to hear a little more about the System Conservation Pilot Program a bit later today, but I want to note, while the final decision on which projects move forward does rest with the UCRC, this board plays an important role in helping our state's water users feel secure that their water rights will not face threats of abandonment simply because they participated in a program. our water rights holders should not be punished because they're looking at creative ways to be a part of the solution. The River District and Southwestern Water Conservation District can also make some findings with respect to the statutes under which this board will be considering applications, and I've invited them to participate as well. My staff has also been coordinating with the state engineer's office. We're going to continue to do so to ensure that any projects do not cause injury to any other water users. I also want to share that the UCRC will be holding a meeting to consider the proposals of the System Conservation Pilot Program, and this will be scheduled in the near future, and we'll be posting that meeting date soon. I also would like to invite anyone to provide input to me as commissioner in the meantime, as I prepare to make decisions along with the fellow commissioners in the 3 other Upper Basin states on these proposals. Staff has provided a summary of the proposals that UCRC will consider in the board memo, and this information has also been provided to the districts. It's also up on our website with the board materials. You heard Director Gibbs talk a little bit about legislation, what's happening within the season of the legislature. This year's projects bill, Senate Bill 23-177, was introduced in the Senate and has been scheduled for the first hearing in Senate Ag next week. It's sponsored, thankfully, by Senator Roberts and Senator Simpson. And so we appreciate their sponsorship. Also, just for the information, DNR and CWCB have been working with a group of stakeholders on potential legislation related to water security reserve in order to use federal funding set aside for Colorado River drought. There is no level of certainty on where those conversations will lead, but I will keep you updated as meetings move forward. In terms of water supply planning, which is so important to agriculture, the launch of the Colorado Water Plan, with that launch, there are numerous projects already underway to advance the implementation of the plan, including roundtable and board-funded initiatives. Staff are also advancing several efforts that support the water plan. Some of those are holding a May 31st, June 1st drought summit, and working to develop a November Colorado 9, we call those the C9 summits, that really help align the Interbasin Compact Committee and the roundtable with the board discussions and really the collaboration across that. So where we're bringing water users, much of them are often ag producers together in one place from across the state is a huge feat, but definitely worth the work. Sorry, Viola. And then you may have also heard the governor announce an urban landscape conservation task force. The kickoff meeting will be April 20th to explore practical and informed approaches to advance that action 1.7 in the water plan. We're also in the process of processing turf replacement program applications. At its first round of applications are due on March 31st. And the water loss initiative continues to advance with 75 utilities registered. That is really a huge thing where folks are learning from each other and working with each other to do better and provide a more secure future for Colorado. We're also, in terms of water loss, advancing statewide water loss committee to help institutionalize water loss control and management across the state. Denver has been chosen as a site for the next North American Water Loss Conference. I mean, it's going to be riveting, people. And that's Denver, or December 5th through 7th, 2023. So if you are into remedying water loss, be there. And then we're also presenting to the Water and Land Use Planning Alliance on February 22nd, 2023, or I guess we had, to examine ways to integrate their work with the newly released water plan. And then In the spirit of the meeting, we're continuing to work with CDA and staff presenting on a resilient agriculture to the National Conference of State Legislatures on March 31st. And in the happy news of the agency, well, not so happy, I forgot to mention it at the last board meeting, but we had a new hire. As you know, we like to move people up within our agency and do what we can. So in the spirit of that, we get to hire a new administrative assistant that supports CWCV and EDO. You may be hearing her if you call the office line. Rosie Major has joined our agency. I was remiss in not introducing her at the last meeting. I don't believe she's here in person, but you will probably hear her, and she knows where to direct you when you call and have questions. And so I wanted to make sure to welcome her. That is all I have. If there's any questions.
Well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So any questions for Director Mitchell?
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Mitchell, as always. I really appreciate your leadership. The Colorado River is so important to all of us. It's just amazing work that you're doing to really unify our voice, to let people know the importance of the river and how we all live within our means because of the snowpack situation. And for our ag commissioners, the CWC website, there's an area called the Commissioner's Corner, which is as Becky's role as Colorado River Commissioner. I really advise you to take a look at that corner. She provides updates there, and there's some infographics there that are really exciting to and useful as we tell our story about how we really live within our means on the Colorado River Basin. So thanks. But Director Mitchell, my question for you is your director's report, your written report, again, was so valuable. I appreciate all the information on there. One suggestion I would have, and it's sad to say that this is going on my third year, and I sometimes still don't know who to refer questions to, but on your director's report, maybe indicate if we have questions about that, who we could contact. I think I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Note taken, Director Sakata.
Thank you. Moving along, Commissioner Greenberg, you have the floor.
Great, thank you so much. Congratulations to the newly appointed CWCB members. It's a pleasure to serve on the board with you and to be with you here today. I also want to congratulate Commissioner Vidal and Chairwoman Pepler for their reappointments into a second term this year. Two of our members at the table with us are in their last meeting, more than likely. Segundo and Brandt, you have been with the commission for, I know Segundo, we were talking last night, I think it is a decade. You did. And Commissioner Harrison, you have been with us for 2 terms as well. Your service and leadership to this commission has not gone unnoticed by our department or our ag communities across the state. You've been dedicated, thoughtful contributors to our board. I hope you will not be strangers. I've actually required a lifetime membership from Commissioner Harrison because of his peach pies that he brings to our board meetings, in which you can pick up along I-70 and Palisade. So we are often blessed by not just good company, but great food on our commission as well. The governor has made new appointments to fill the seats that will be vacant. Our 9th member was George Witten, who you heard from this morning. George is now one of my regional assistant commissioners along with Joe Stanko. So he has not gone far away, but that means we have 3 open seats. And while we have not made it through the Senate confirmation process yet, I'm hopeful it will be as streamlined as your processes were. But we'll be very excited to welcome Harrison Top from Orchard Country as well, out in North Fork Valley. Jeff McCullough from the San Luis Valley, potato grower, very much engaged with the work, I think similar to Segundo, of our valley producers down there. And then Elena Miller-Turquile from the southern part of the San Luis Valley in La Jara, 6th generation Hispana farmer rancher in the sheep and wool business as well. So I think a really fantastic slate of new members, reappointed members, and of course, you all will, Segundo and Brandt, we won't let you go far away from us. So thank you. kind of zooming over to what's going on at the department. I've been very grateful for the hospitality I've received the last few days. I've been out here in Northwest Colorado, spent some time in Routt County and Steamboat over the weekend, and yesterday was out in Moffett County with sheep producers, going out to see what winter has looked like in this neck of the woods. We've been getting calls about the snowpack, the 4-wire winter you all have had. I think the melt we got yesterday turned it into a 3-wire winter, but I know that it's been deeper than that. And I just appreciate the time that producers have taken to show me what's going on. As a reminder, we have built our internal capacity for emergency support and response at the department with our full-time ag emergency coordinator. So we are plugged in with local EM teams throughout the state. We're keeping in close touch with state FSA, local FSA, our producer organizations, whether it's on winter weather, whether it's going to be on spring flooding, or any other events that our producers face. Always know that you have resources now at the Department of Ag. I want to give a shout out to a couple of our team members at CDA. Coming up at the end of the month is the annual Who's Who in Agriculture awards ceremony that's co-hosted by the Farm Bureau and the Denver Business Journal. A number of folks in this room have received that award. We have 2 new staff members who will be honored. Jordan Beasley, our Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs, and Dr. Maggie Baldwin, our state veterinarian, will be honored there. And couldn't be more excited to celebrate their leadership in driving forward the future of Colorado ag. Our legislative session is rolling forward, just like the rest of us. We have so far, knock on wood, been very successful with our agency package. This comes as an example of what we're moving forward. We've asked the legislature to continue our ag workforce development program. That's our paid apprenticeship program. We value getting young people into the field, as you well know, and I think hopefully the legislature agrees. We are also asking for an expansion of eligibility in our beginning farmer loan program, just to clarify the statute, which we believe was intended to help those producers who were not yet farming and ranching access financing. The statute reads that you need to already be in agriculture, but we want to help those beginning farmers and ranchers even in year 0 of launching an ag business. This is the next bill was not an agency bill, but I've had the pleasure of being very vocal in our support, and this is the right to repair bill that just passed out of Senate Ag, so second chamber, and it is, I think, on seconds right now in the Senate. Lots of really great policy discussion, civil policy discussion across the aisle with ag producers, with manufacturers. We're all part of one ag community, but that doesn't mean we always agree. And I think this has been a great example of moving forward a piece of policy that I feel will really benefit our farmers and ranchers across the state. Within the department, you know, our big wigs, economic resilience, voluntary stewardship, supporting future generations, and advancing animal health and welfare, we're pushing forward in all 4 of those areas. I'm really excited on the economic side. We created a new unit in our markets division for food systems and ag development. So we've kind of bundled all of our next gen work. So ag workforce loan program, our next gen scholarship program that we launched to help young people get a foot in the door on ag leadership. That's all underneath there, as well as our brand new community food access program. So we just brought on the manager for that whole unit, Amanda Laban. If you haven't met Amanda, she is fantastic. She has worked for many years with Guidestone, Colorado. We also used to work together, I think a decade ago at Young Farmers Coalition. So she'll be a great asset to advancing our food systems work. And of course, our international team, we continue to take food and ag businesses abroad and to make sure Colorado's brand is well known across the globe. On the voluntary stewardship front, I think we'll be hearing from Cindy and Kristen here in a little bit on our STAR Soil Health Program, but this remains just a shining light for me at the department, all farmer and rancher led efforts. And we put forward 2 requests to the Joint Budget Committee to the legislature regarding our stewardship portfolio, if you will, and both our full package has been approved, which includes both a climate marketing specialist, so next steps for us to integrate our stewardship work with business opportunities for our producers, as well as an ag water advisor. So right now, we sort of share our water duties at the department, and hats off to our conservation team who has helped CWCB and team throughout the creation of the water plan. But we feel with everything being where it is right now, that it will be a great benefit to our ag community and make sure CDA has a full-time voice at the table to continue our partnership with CWCB and others on water. And then just yesterday, we announced another new position. It's a deputy director for our conservation division, who is also our climate resilience specialist. So this is yet again a way we're building our climate arm. That's going to be policy, strategic development, high level vision for how we build farmer and rancher led work on climate resilience. I mentioned our work in supporting NextGen. I won't go into that more, but that remains also a bright spot. On animal health and welfare, we have luckily had a small break in high path avian influenza. We expect an uptick with spring migration, but we are also in a phase of reevaluating how we do foreign animal disease response when that foreign animal disease lasts a year or longer. So again, going back to emergency management, that's becoming much more a part of our role is crisis and emergency response support and chronic support ongoing. And our team is very excited to be able to do this work. It's important work for us, but we also want to make sure we're not overtaxing our team members when we don't need to. For those of you who have kids or family members who show animals with foreign animal disease, we always have to be considering our fair guidance and show guidance. This year, the guidance from the state veterinarian for poultry events is that it's up to the local event organizers to decide how they want to manage their events and if they want to go forward. So we're sort of adapting to the realities of high path AI, knowing the show must go on, if you will, but also encouraging folks to remain vigilant. And then we just continue to follow through with our 3-year strategic plan for our Bureau of Animal Protection. Just a lot of great work going on that front. Last few items, Farm Bill year. So we've got our minds on federal policy right now. Lots moving there, and appreciate the Ag Commission putting together our platform so that we can move that through both our association and our delegation. And then we are 1 quarter into our year-long inclusive leadership training for our staff at CDA. We have almost 1/3 of our team and all supervisors at CDA going through this training. And so while we focus so much of our time on our external work, we know that the work that we do internally with ourselves and our teams is critical to us being able to do what we do for our communities. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Commissioner Greenberg? Anything online? Okay, thank you. State Engineer Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Viola, for bringing that up. First of all, I want to start by welcoming and congratulating our new board members and Director Vasquez and Director Cloud. I hope to get to know you better, or get to know you during upcoming meetings. And again, congratulations, Director Combs. I do know you, and I know you pretty well. And I just need to say that you don't need to spend much time with Director Combs to understand the insight and education he has on water rights, water administration, farming, and Ford trucks. So thank you, all 3 of you, for it's a privilege for me to serve on the board with you. I also want to just give you one bit of news. I announced at our last meeting that our Deputy Director, Mike Sullivan, who's a very critical member of our team for the last 25 years at DWR, retired. And so we're gone. We're sad about that, but then we're really happy about the fact that I appointed a new Deputy Director just last Friday. And that is Tracy Kozloff. She was formerly the Deputy State Engineer for Interstate Water Supply, and now she's the Deputy Director. And I'm excited on one hand, but I'm also relieved to have her in that position, because my job is going to be so much easier with her in that position. So congratulations to Tracy. And I just also want to mention our division engineer, Aaron Light, was unable to be here. I think you all know that when we're in one of your basins, I like to invite our division engineer to come speak, but she had a couple conflicts, wasn't able to join us today. We have a couple of our Division 6 staff in the group today to listen in, so thank you for coming. And with that, to just be respectful of time, Director Brown, I'm going to actually move into my director's report. And I'm really happy about my good planning because you can see I'm going to talk about a recent over appropriation decision in Division 6. And I thought it was very appropriate to have that conversation while we're in Division 6 because it is something new. It's a change. And for our Ag Commission Chair Pepler, I'm happy to hear that you married a farmer of irrigated land. And some of this is just going to really ring familiar for you when I talk about this. And it's just a really good focus on the way we administer water under prior appropriation. And that's the story about over appropriation in a division. It's a story about prior appropriation. It's a story about integrating groundwater and surface water in prior appropriation. And it's a story about well permitting. And I keep calling it a story. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell a long story, but I'm going to just describe this for you and help you understand. It was, again, good planning, even more so when I heard Andy Rossi and Allison Meyer Gould and Hunter Kazi, the things they talked about, because it all overlaps. And Director Brown, it's overlapping in a big way. We're coming to a nexus in the Yampa White, Green River basins right now with climate change and over appropriation. This is such a great snow year, but climate change is still upon us. I want to then start talking about the recent over appropriation of Division 6. And you can see this map, and hopefully you can discern those colors, but you see, that's the northwest part of the state. And those pink or orange areas, those are areas that have already been determined to be over appropriated. And the yellow area was an area where a year ago I had to make a determination, a formal determination that it was over appropriated. And those green areas are the areas that are still not over appropriated. And what does that mean? Don't try to read the words on this letter. This is a letter I sent out, as you can see, maybe you can see January 19th, about a year ago. And it was about the over appropriation of the Yampa River from the confluence of the Little Snake and above that. And what did that mean? Well, that was just a report from the division engineer that we had gotten to the point where the flows we could rely on were not enough to support the demand that we would see in that area. Seems intuitive. Why do we make a big deal out of it? A good working definition of over appropriation, I'll just paraphrase this, just means a stream system in which the expected flows are not going to be enough to satisfy all the water rights the entire year, every year. In other words, you heard from earlier speakers, there's probably going to be a call. Probably somebody's going to be a call. Now, or somebody's going to make a call. Now, I mentioned earlier this question of groundwater, surface water integration. What does that mean? And it really has to do a lot with well permitting, because we know that our groundwater wells, and Commissioner Pepler, maybe again, this rings true with you, our groundwater wells impact the streams. And in an over appropriated basin, we're required by law to assume that that impact is going to come at a time when there's a call on the river. Suddenly things change for our non-exempt wells. And I'm going to compare how that works in the 4 different divisions, but I'm also going to compare the surface water and the compact implications of that. So it's a lot to say in just a few more minutes, but we'll do it for the Arkansas River, the Rio Grande, the South Platte, and the Yampa Green and White. That's what we want to look at. Getting back to that well permitting component, I just described it. You'll probably need an augmentation plan if you want a new well in an over appropriated basin, as to ensure you don't injure those senior surface water rights. And then, how does this affect new surface water appropriations or compact obligations? Okay, earlier Andy Rossi said he was an engineer and he appreciated graphs, and I hope this one makes a little sense to you, but on that left vertical axis, we're talking about a situation where we just have free river. There's enough water for everybody. Not an unusual situation for the Yampa in the past. And at the top is a situation where there can just be no new appropriations. It's just not going to happen. And I'm going to, as I said, describe it for these 4 river basins, but we'll start with the Arkansas. And the Arkansas I can describe as being at the far left end of that axis, where there's basically just no ability to appropriate any new water. And the reason I've put it that far to the end of the axis is the Arkansas compact, the Arkansas River Compact is absolutely preclusive on post-compact development. We've got a 1948 compact, and it just clearly says Colorado can have no post-compact development. No. Any water that's available after 1948 rights and senior, it's split between the states according to the compact and associated documents. Probably wouldn't be a lot anyway, but that's pretty preclusive. Now, the Division 3 situation is very similar, but I can't say that the compact, Director Combs, it's not absolutely preclusive. It doesn't say anything about no post-compact development. The fact of the matter is, the way that our division engineer, Craig Cotton, needs to administer water, he needs to be curtailing water rights every day to ensure that we meet compact obligations. If he wasn't doing that, there's so little water available compared to all the water rights that have been issued. It's probably not going to be available to junior water rights anyway. So it's a combination of the two, not an absolute preclusion, but a pretty sure bet. Director Combs, you're not going to be able to get a new appropriation and ever divert from it. We'll move to the South Platte. Now we're moving down that axis, you can see, or moving down that curve. And the situation of the South Platte, sorry, I just want to go back to that. The situation of the South Platte is that, yes, there is a fair amount of water available sometimes of some years during the spring runoff. There may be free river. You may be able to get a junior water right appropriation, divert water. A lot of years, maybe not, but certainly throughout the entire year, you're probably not going to be able to rely on that water all year. So Director Sakata would probably warn you, if you come to the South Platte Basin and get a new appropriation for irrigation, you're probably not going to be able to rely on it when July and August comes most years. And we do have a compact influence on that green circle down at the bottom end of the river where, yes, Nebraska could not be getting the full amount at the Julesburg gauge, and we would be curtailing water rights there. So there is a little bit of a compact influence there. That's why I put them halfway down. You can probably get a new appropriation. You can get a new appropriation, and you can probably divert water many years during some parts of the year. And lastly, we'll move to the Yampa green and white. This is where, Director Brown, we are in a lot of transition. We've gotten so accustomed over the years to having free river so much of the year. And then we make this announcement back in January of 22 that I have formally determined it to be to be over appropriated. And again, the reason I did that is now new wells in that portion of the basin need to have an augmentation plan. Not our domestic and residential wells, but the industrial and commercial and irrigation wells need it. So again, just a reminder, this yellow area that you see was the area that we had to make that determination, and it's changed. We gave people time to come in with their existing wells, and we gave people a 1-month buffer to file for new well permits. But then we've had to begin administering it that way. But you can see all that green area where we're still under that free river type situation. An absolute preclusion. Some of them it's a little more open like the South Platte, and some of them it's still very open in areas like the Yampa. And that's really going to be my director's report. I'm not going to get into any other activities from DWR this time, but I hope that helps us understand a little bit about Division 6 and a little bit about over appropriation and compacts around the state in general. Madam Chair, that's my report for today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Ryan? Go ahead, Director Vasquez.
Thank you. I'm curious what impact the West Battle Creek Reservoir proposal, if enacted, might have on the lower Yampa. It's in the Little Snake drainage across the boundary in Wyoming.
It's across the border, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to answer that two ways. One is that, you know, of course, it can reduce flows to the extent that it impacts us, and we would want to work with Wyoming on that. I don't want to get ahead of our attorneys. I'm very good at that. And so we want to really communicate with Wyoming in that more formal realm on that. And I can't really answer your question today. Thank you, Director Vasquez. I'm normally very open about answering questions, but I'll pause on that one.
Thank you. All right, any other questions before we move on? Seeing none. Oh,
Can I?
yeah,
ask
of
a question?
course, please.
I'm just curious, I know there are 9 basins and why you just brought up these 4 basins, I guess. If I'm asking the right question.
That is a great question, and allowing me a minute to answer it, hopefully in a not too confusing way. From my perspective as the Director of Division Water Resources, let's start with 7 basins. We have 7 divisions: South Platte, Arkansas, Rio Grande, San Juan Animas, Gunnison, Colorado, Yampa, White, Green. So those 7. Then we have maybe another basin for Director Vasquez, our North Slope, the North Platte Basin. Then we have even more basins when we look at our basin roundtables and you know, the Denver, the metro area. But really, to get to your point, and the reason I presented that the way I did is I wanted to show the Rio Grande, the Arkansas, and the South Platte as 3 of our 4 major river systems. And then I lumped the whole Colorado, the entire Colorado River Basin as that 4th major river system. So we can think of 4 major river systems flowing out of Colorado. Again, Rio Grande, Arkansas, South Platte, and Colorado. And the Yampa is a subset of that. So I could have put up Colorado, the Gunnison, or the San Juan, Animas down in Director Cloud's area, and probably had a similar discussion as I did for the Yampa, White, Green. Did that make any sense? I hope it did.
Anything else? Don't be shy. Director Ryan loves questions. Who can stump him? Okay, we'll move on. Rob, I assume you'll be giving the report.
I will. Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, Rob Harris, I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at CPW. Yeah, CPW have been pretty busy. A highlight, I think, for this crowd may be Highline Lake. And for folks who might not know, we're currently treating Highline Lake, which is in Highline State Park outside of Grand Junction, for zebra mussel infestation. I believe this is the first time we've discovered adult zebra mussels in Colorado, in a Colorado reservoir. We started treatment with a copper-based molluscicide. I'm probably butchering that term, but on the 1st of the month. Today, while we talk, they are implementing the 2nd round of treatment. And we've had, it's been really impressive to watch. We've got a great sort of soup to nuts CPW team that's both applying the pesticides, monitoring the pesticides, and even running samples so we can see exactly how much copper we've applied if we're reaching the thresholds we want to see. Very exciting process we're going through. Hopefully, we do have an opportunity here potentially to, we think, to eradicate the adults that are there with some luck. We are certainly hoping that's the outcome. However, Highline will be considered contaminated for 5 years, and during that time, we're going to be instituting a containment process for recreational boats that go out on Highline. Look for that if you are recreating there. Moving on, another big project that's coming forward for us in the water world is Fort Collins Halligan water supply project. This is essentially an expansion of existing Halligan Reservoir, which is kind of in the Virginia Dale area, almost by Laramie there. For, if you don't know, CPW, one of our key roles with water projects is helping develop and work with project proponents on fish and wildlife mitigation plans. These are state-specific plans that are in addition to the federal permitting work that goes on, and it's under state statute. We anticipate that Fort Collins will be submitting their final plan to CPW and to our Parks and Wildlife Commission within about a month or so. And then we have a two board meeting process. And if everything goes as planned, we will have a recommendation from our commission in the June 22nd, 23rd meeting. And then that plan will get kicked off to the folks across the table here at on our CWCB board to hear and review that plan. So a lot of activity and work that's gone into bringing this plan to this point. And we're even having sort of a meeting zero, you might say, before our Parks and Wildlife Commission on the project today, where our commission is hearing just some background about the project to tee up what Fort Collins is doing so that they have some context to better understand this plan when they hear it for the first meeting in May. Moving on, one bit of exciting news for our section is we're going to be hiring, speaking of these fish and wildlife mitigation plans, we're going to be hiring a second staffer to help coordinate our review and implementation of these plans. Many of you may know Carlin Armstrong. She is our sole staffer, and her workload has been increasing dramatically because all of you in the water world are coming up with so many interesting and important project proposals. And so we need to respond with additional staff to make sure that we're able to keep up with the demand and not forming a bottleneck. So we're hoping to get this job posted in the next couple or 3 weeks. So look for that if you know folks would be interested, or please spread the good word. And then I'll wrap up. There may be, some interest. I don't know if folks are following CPW's WOLF implementation plan or WOLF introduction plan pursuant to the referendum that passed a couple years ago. We have wrapped up our public comment phase. We've had 5 meetings around the state, all different locations of the state, hearing public input. Those videos are available online, and now it's up to our commission to review and act on those plans. So that's my report. And yeah, I'd be happy to entertain any questions if there are any, to the extent I can answer them.
Any questions for Rob? No? I see Director Sakata. You have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, no, with his rainbow behind him. Special experience. Go ahead.
Thanks. Rob, thanks for that report. It was interesting. I was very fortunate. Joe Bernal took me around probably 2 months before the Highline Canal or Highline Lake issue was found. Is that going to affect their operations of the irrigation canals in that area at all?
I'm not entirely sure. We certainly did have to draw down that reservoir about 75% in order to be able to do this treatment and reach those concentrations. And I believe that was our water. I could be wrong. I need to check with my folks to say for sure. So I can't believe it won't have indirect effects, but the significance of those effects, I couldn't tell you, Director Sakata.
Well, thank you. Thanks.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Director Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm curious about the copper levels required to kill off the zebra mussel and what impact that has on fish.
So that's a really good question. I mean, fundamentally, when you're using a molluscicide like that, you are exceeding what normally, standards are determined by, generally determined by whether or not they're toxic to aquatic life. So if you were trying to kill aquatic life, you're almost automatically exceeding those. We've had really constructive conversations with CDPHE to make sure that we're doing it consistent with the label. And with the way that they interpret and apply their own water quality standards.
Just a follow-up on that, Catherine Bedell from Ag Commission. Copper is notoriously toxic to sheep populations, and I'm wondering about when you flush that out of the system, what the concentrations in the water coming out, the irrigation water, because there are a lot of sheep operations to the west of that canal that may impact some flocks of, especially as we start filling the canals or the lake in April, the sheep are lambing at that time and could have toxicity issues from the discharge and when you turn on the irrigation water, and just hoping that someone's aware of that issue.
So my understand, thank you for that question, Commissioner. My understanding of the plumbing over there, and there are folks who are more expert on this than I am, is that the reservoir releases down a draw, and the name of it's escaping me off the top of my head, but it does not go back into the canal.
Yeah, but some people do run the sheep along that draw. And I'm just hoping that they've been notified about the potential copper toxicity that will be coming down that wash.
I don't know about the notice question, but I do know that that we are monitoring that draw.
Thank you.
We should have joint meetings all the time. Look at
I
our
know.
time. It's amazing. Just merge boards. Anything else for CPW or Rob? Okay. Oh, I do see someone. Oh, that's Keith. Everybody's so small when you're back here. I can't really tell, but all right, Keith. Water and Resource Power Development Authority, welcome virtually. We're sorry you can't be here with us. Or you're sorry you can't be here with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Keith McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. We like to say we work kind of the opposite side of the pipe as CWCB. So while CWCB is on the supply side, we're on the treatment side. So most of the loans and grants that we do are on that side. So we do traditional pipes, treatment, a lot of water quality projects is really our focus, particularly for disadvantaged communities. We had a couple of projects come in at our March 3rd board meeting, one on our water side and one on the wastewater side. The water side loan was for St. Mary Glacier and Sanitation District. And St. Mary's was approved for $500,000. It's a small area right below the glacier, if you're familiar with St. Mary's Glacier. And they've got well improvements, treatment and distribution system improvements, again for $500,000. On the wastewater side, we also had one application. It was for Left Hand Water and Sanitation District. And if you're familiar with Highway 119, Left Hand is a separate district. That's the large district on the west side of 119, kind of halfway between Longmont and Boulder. The Niwot Sanitation District, or sorry, Left Hand Sanitation District is on the other side, kind of closer to Niwot. They had a $480,000 loan approved by our board, also on March 3rd. It consists of upgrades and repairs to their lift station, installing a detached valve vault and replacing a submersible sewage pump. We're doing a lot of projects with a mix of funds. The focus in our organization to date continues to be on the bipartisan infrastructure law, or bill, as you'll hear me refer to. To date, we've closed 4 drinking water loans under the bill program for about $52 million in grants and another $46 million in loans. And those funds have to be split sort of 51-49. So that's why you see those percentages come in kind of per the bill language. Our loan capacity on the drinking water side, which is the focus of the bill funds, is pretty high. We've got about 70 to 90 million in capacity. With that said, we have a lot more demand these days than we have funds available, and potentially could run out in the first time in our program's history of drinking water funds. On the wastewater side, because that is not the focus of wastewater or of the bill, we have less capacity and maybe a little less demand, but the demand's still pretty high on the wastewater side as well. We've closed 3 loans in the bill program for about 3.44 million in principal forgiveness or grant dollars and 3.16 million in loan bill dollars. The capacity for our lending program on the wastewater side is certainly smaller, since we're not seeing the influx of bill funds on that side. It's about 25 to 45 million. I think there's a good chance that potentially we could run out of funds on the wastewater side, which we'd prefer not to do. So we're looking at ways of stretching our dollars. Under legislative matters and my report, I should have pointed out that it's linked in your packet there. So if you're interested in some more details, that's in your packet. The authority's eligibility list, similar to the projects bill that CWCB runs, was signed by the governor on February 24th. So we're happy to get through that process pretty quickly. Our legislation usually moves pretty fast. There's no fiscal note attached to our resolution, and that's because our funding source comes from federal funds, not state funds. Our resolution number was 23-1007, and it contained 510 drinking water projects for $25 billion. And on the wastewater side, 363 projects on that eligibility list for $16 billion. So a lot of projects there. And again, while we started off slow in terms of applications and interest in bill, that's really reverse course. We've got 650 million available over 5 years, and we've already spoken to projects in excess of $1 billion, and we're only just starting sort of year 2 of the bill fund. So again, one of the focuses for us is looking at ways to stretch the funds. We did have a board member reappointed and confirmed by the Senate. That's Chris Treese. Chris represents the main stem of the Colorado Basin on our board, and so we're happy to get him back for another term. And then we got a new board member who this board I think is familiar with, Bruce Whitehead, down in Durango. He's going to represent the San Miguel, Dolores, San Juan drainage basin on the authority board. He's also really familiar with our organization, and we're very pleased to have him. Both appointees were confirmed by the Senate in late January, and Bruce had his first board meeting at our March 3rd board meeting. I mentioned those strong demand on the bill side. One of the projects we're focusing in on, and there's a few big projects, but one of them we're working on, I wanted to mention to this board because I know it's important to CWCB as well, is the Arkansas Valley Conduit. We have regular meetings, at least 1 or 2 a month, with staff down in the basin there, either Southeastern, some of the consulting engineers. They're hoping to get the Water and Power Authority, my organization, about 115 million in funding. And where we would come in is we would pay for the connections to and upgrades of those entities. There's about, I think it's 39 entities along the Arkansas Valley Conduit. And so we'd be paying for those sort of the pipes and treatment necessary to sort of connect those entities into the sort of main trunk line, if you will. So we're excited to be a part of that project. We're looking at different ways to fund it, and we're certainly coordinating with Kirk and folks at the CWCB to make sure that we understand each other's funding. So I think with that, that's all I had for this board, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Director McLaughlin, are there any questions? Seeing none. This is the time of day where we eat lunch and we're a little bit early, which is exciting. Unfortunately, though, we do have a very intense agenda this afternoon, so I'm not planning to lengthen lunch. Let's go ahead. Viola, do you think it's okay if we start a little bit early? Okay. Yeah, and you know what? I just looked at my clock again and I guess we'll just meet back here at 12:45. That makes the most sense. Add a whole 8 minutes to the lunch break. That's great. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
I do it? Why don't you do it?
It's what you and Colleen.
Hey, folks, are we ready to get back to work here? I'm going to call us back to order at the request of our chair. I'm going to go ahead and lead this part of it for the CWCB and alternate with Colleen in terms of Commissioner Pepler, in terms of just calling out the folks for their reports. And awkwardly enough, the first one is mine. So, and I will start by saying I had a profoundly verbose and convoluted report last time. So I'm going to try and keep mine quite brief here today. So just a few updates from the Arkansas. Keith McLaughlin mentioned the Arkansas Valley Conduit. And it appears that the Ag Commission doesn't have a commissioner from the Arkansas, as far as I can tell. But that Arkansas Valley Conduit, you know, it was a $600+ million project to bring clean drinking water from Pueblo Reservoir to 39 communities all the way out to Lamar, where they have radionuclides and selenium in the water. You can't really drink the water with a long lifespan in mind. And so the Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District and the Bureau of Reclamation have been working on this project, and we've had a groundbreaking and we're really underway. I'm guessing the project's going to cost more than 650 million, but by the time it's done. But it was really great to hear Keith's discussion of, I want to say he said another 120 million or 115 million. But this is just a huge project for Southeast Colorado. And frankly, you know, you can't talk about agriculture in isolation from water. We're all here to testify to that, but you don't just need the water for the crops, you need the water for the people too. And so this is a really exciting program that's going on. A couple other things in our basin that I think are worth calling out. The Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District, so they're based down in Rocky Ford, has been working on a study that has to do with by and dry changes to agricultural irrigation water rights, changing them to municipal use. It's something that we all, I think, kind of cringe at, but recognize that it is something that happens. And they have been working on a study kind of calling out best practices for, in particular, revegetation following these types of situations, looking at the Aurora Rocky Ford change case as a major example, but also I think learning from some other really difficult situations we've had, like the Hill Ranch up in Chaffee County, which just kind of a train wreck, how not to do revegetation effectively. But that study is available now, and I will make a note to get the link out to our two administrative elements of these two boards so that people want to look at that, they can. And then another thing that I'm excited about right now, Chaffee County, where I live, and Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District, joining with U.S. Geological Survey to do a pretty granular groundwater study of our county, and kind of recognizing that with the diverse topography that Chaffee County has, and again, that's Salida, Buena Vista, that part of the Arkansas River drainage, it's sort of absurd to assume that the hydrology beneath that diverse topography, somehow that the hydrology is uniform when you're talking about groundwater. And as someone who's dealing with a lot of land use decisions, getting a more clear understanding of where the groundwater is and how quickly it recharges and where the water comes from to recharge it, if it recharges, could be really old water that is not expected to recharge. This is really important information for kind of plotting the future of growth in our community. And so I don't want to prejudge it, but it'll be coming to us, I think, in July for a funding request. But I'm really excited about this, and I'm looking forward to the presentation when the time comes. And then I am going to wrap this up pretty quick here. I also want to say to the Ag Commission, you guys are pretty lucky that you have the commissioner you do, and that we all do. But we're also lucky because, as you've seen, we get to spend at least a day with her every 2 months. And I think my colleagues would agree that she's had a profound influence on this board and how we look at agriculture and the nexus between agriculture and water policy. So I'm not sure how to articulate it exactly, but I think you should feel proud and confident that you have a great representation on this board all the time, even when we're not able to meet jointly. And in getting to know Kate, for me, I think it's been just some wonderful conversations, and something that I just want to sort of shine a light on from this morning, because I think it's a really important thing. When I asked the question I did to Jay Whaley, and part of his response was, we need to do a better job telling our story as agriculture. If you were at the Water Congress in January, there was an agricultural panel, and Representative Mark Catlin said the exact same thing. We need to do a better job telling our story. And I'd reemphasize, you guys had this amazing survey about agriculture, and we did a survey in Chaffey County that had some similar questions about 4 years ago. We got 97%, you got 98% that said, of respondents that said, agriculture is important to me, or I support agriculture. And I think we have an ongoing challenge of people feel that way, but they don't know how to act on it. And I think this storytelling, coupled with creating more pathways at the local level for that interaction, is vitally important. I'm not telling you what to do at all, but I think that on the water side of the equation, we support that too. And we're with you, and we're really glad you're here today. So thank you for meeting with us. Okay, put my other hat back on here. And next up, we have the Denver Basin Director's Report with Director Brody. Oh, and I forgot my slides. You mind if I take one more minute? Okay, I'm sorry. I never have slides. Do you have them up? I wanted to show this kind of for Director Sakata. He always has these drone videos of his farms and stuff. I just took a picture of my whole farm. It's about 2,000 square feet. But we grow a lot on that there in the great banana climate of Salida. And we just started amending our soil last weekend, and I have to hand dig the whole thing while my wife gives me directions and prioritizations. That's part of what gets me in shape every spring. Here's our greenhouse sitting on top of the toaster oven. But those little seedlings are tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, and it's a huge part of our family culture is elk and deer and the stuff that grows in our little farm. And then just this last slide, I love this. As I was out there turning over the soil, there were a bunch of old bean plants along the fence. And so I went and pulled in all those pods, cracked them open, and we're gonna cook these babies. It's a real mixture. We'll have these with ham hocks soon, but we also planted some again And it just is a great time of year for photos of seeds and all that potential energy. So sorry, I forgot to mention that, and we'll go to Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Feld. And first, I just want to thank the staff who did an incredible job pulling this meeting together, and thank the weather gods for blessing us with clear weather to get to Steamboat and hopefully clear weather to get home. So for those who may not be as familiar with the Water Conservation Board, my seat is sort of unique. Unlike the other directors that represent basins, my seat specifically represents the city and county of Denver and is to be someone who has knowledge of Denver's water supply and its many challenges. So that's the perspective that I bring to the board. And so with that, I thought I'd talk just a few minutes based on some questions I got from some of my counterparts on the Ag Commission, a little bit about Denver Water. So I'm general counsel at Denver Water. We serve about a quarter of the state's population with clean drinking water. So that's about 1.5 million people. That's a responsibility that we've had for over 100 years that we take incredibly seriously. And in furtherance of that goal, of that mission, we recently stated our strategic plan. You can see our vision and our mission statement there, but our vision statement is to sustain vibrant communities that value water for future generations. So embedded in that is sustainability, collaboration and partnership with our communities, and also that engagement and outreach to ensure that all of the customers that we serve, all of the stakeholders and partners that we work with understand the value that water has in our state and particularly in the arid West. And in furtherance of that, there are a number of things that we're working on that I figured I'd just highlight. We heard a little bit earlier about the governor's initiative around landscape. That's something that Denver Water has been involved in and has helped lead. We are one of a few dozen municipal water providers throughout Colorado and the Colorado River Basin that has committed to step up our game on conservation. Conservation has been part of our focus for the last couple of decades, but we've committed to redoubling our efforts by, among other things, reducing non-functional turf grass in our service area by a minimum of 30%. So what does that look like? Well, in this inaugural year, we're really focused on doing some demonstration projects that will be visible to the community. Part of this is about taking out the turf itself. Part of it is really about changing the way that our customers and our communities think about what landscape should look like in Colorado. What does a beautiful yard look like in Colorado? Going forward, it can't focus on turf grass. It's got to focus on native and appropriate plant materials for the arid climate that we live in and that will become even more prevalent in the years ahead. We're also focusing on kind of doubling down on our other efficiency measures, both indoor and outdoor efficiency. Another thing that's been a focus and that my colleagues on the Water Conservation Board have heard me update on repeatedly is our lead reduction program. So Denver Water does not have any lead pipes in our system, but some of our customers do have lead service lines that connect from our system to their properties. And so we, on a voluntary basis, decided that we were going to tackle taking out all of those lines, even though we don't own them, because it's the right thing to do for public health. It's the right thing to do for our environment. And frankly, in the long run, it's more cost effective than us putting orthophosphate into our treatment system, which then the wastewater providers and stormwater providers would have to take out. So far, over the last 3 years, we've taken out over 15,000 lines, which is a lot of service lines. We still have a long way to go. In addition to that, these are all the metrics. This is all available on Denver Water's website, denverwater.org. But we have goals that we've got to meet per an agreement with the EPA around providing filters to all of our customers that have known or suspected lead lines until we can get their lines out. Also around the pH target and our lead values that we measure at customers' taps. So this is just a snapshot of all those metrics. It's updated monthly. But in a nutshell, we're meeting or exceeding all of those benchmarks. And we are really excited that thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure money and the great collaboration we've had with the Water Resource and Power Development Authority and CDPHE, we were very fortunate to be awarded about $76 million in bill money, which is going directly into underserved communities to accelerate even faster the removal of lead lines. So you can see there, I believe the green are the areas where we're using those federal dollars to remove lead lines. And the blue is kind of the base program that Denver Water had committed to with its own resources. So thanks to that federal money, we are going to ramp up to double our rate of lead line replacement until we exhaust those funds. And should additional money be available, we'd be happy to take it in future years so that we can get these lines out even faster for our customers. But this is, again, an important public health initiative, and it's part of our commitment to health equity and environmental justice to focus first on those communities that are most at risk and historically disadvantaged. Another thing that I wanted to mention that may or may not be on your radars, but is a big deal to municipal water providers, is that the EPA just announced a couple of days ago new proposed rules around PFAS. I'm sure a lot of you have heard in the news about PFAS and the potential health dangers that it poses. Historically, EPA has not regulated PFAS in drinking water, but based on emerging science, has now proposed a pretty aggressive, but in my view, probably appropriate target of 4 parts per trillion as a maximum contaminant level in drinking water systems. And I'll talk a little bit in a minute about what that means for Colorado, because that not only is going to impact water providers, but I think it is something that should be of concern to all water users and water regulators. So first of all, EPA just proposed this. There'll be an opportunity for members of the public to comment on it. But assuming that they do finalize this rule or something close to it, there will be a couple dozen water providers in Colorado who are going to either have to modify their source water or install treatment technologies to take out PFAS from their drinking water systems. Denver Water is very fortunate. We don't have PFAS in our source water because we are able to pull surface water from up in the mountains before it goes through areas where it's picking up contamination. But there are, like I said, probably a couple dozen water providers around the state who either rely on groundwater for some or all of their source water that has been contaminated by, you might have heard about firefighting foam or from other industrial activities or spill incidents in their areas. Also, South Platte, downstream of us, does have PFAS, and again, it's probably from a variety of sources. Suncor is definitely known to be a part of that. But like I said, this will require some change from water providers in Colorado should it become finalized. So what does that mean? Well, first of all, it may mean that in the interim, until those water providers can install the necessary treatment technology, they may need to change where they're pulling some of their water from. They might need blend water. They might need to, rely more heavily on surface water supplies. And that's where it starts to affect all of us because as we all know, water is not an infinite resource in Colorado. So to the extent that they can't pull from their groundwater sources, for example, they're going to have to figure out how they make that up. And so that could have some ripple effects. This is also going to be a very costly rule to implement. EPA has estimated it's going to be something like $730 some million on an annualized basis. I think many in the municipal water community think it will be multiple times that, in the billions of dollars per year to implement this rule. And that includes the cost to install the equipment and also the cost to operate and maintain it. And then you generate a waste stream, which is contaminated with PFAS. And that's going to be the next challenge, is that the same compounds or some subset of the compounds are likely also to be designated hazardous waste, hazardous substance, which means that it's going to be more challenging to dispose of it. And right now, there are treatment technologies, but they're very expensive. And it's hard to, at the end, break these compounds down into something non-hazardous. So this is going to be something that water utilities around the country and regulators are going to be wrestling with for many years to come. Again, speaking for myself, I think this is an important rule. I think it's the right direction, but it is going to pose challenges for a lot of our water suppliers. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. With that, happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Catherine Bedell, Grand Junction. So if they're going to regulate the PFAS, are they regulating the production of them as well?
That's a great question, and one that EPA is getting. Yeah, I mean, again, as many of you are probably aware, these compounds are ubiquitous. They are in our, stain resistant carpet. They're in a lot of fabrics. They're on our pans. Apparently, it's also in some toilet paper, believe it or not. So these are really everywhere in our environment. And I do think there's some frustration that water utilities, are being put in a position to have to essentially take out someone else's contamination. So yes, they're going to have to address the entire suite, but they're not quite there yet. And that is a frustration.
Yeah, it just seems like they're fixing the tail end of the problem and not working at the source, and maybe they're starting at the wrong end.
Well, yeah, again, I'm just speaking for myself. I think it needs to be an all of the above strategy because this is a public health issue. And so while I certainly empathize with other water providers who feel like they're going after the wrong entity or entities here, I do think we all have a role in protecting our communities. And if EPA, as they have determined that these are potential carcinogens and have other potential health effects, we've got to figure out how we can be part of the solution, and then we'll sue all the manufacturers these things into the environment in the first place.
Any other questions for Director Brody?
Before you can deal with removing it, you have to be able to test it. So does Colorado have adequate approved testing facilities?
So, and I don't want to speak for CDPHE. I don't know if anyone from CDPHE is on the line or in the room, but they have had a pretty robust testing program. It's slow. I mean, the testing process is slow, but there are labs that can do it. And like I said, CDPHE is actively engaging with water utilities and wastewater providers to accomplish that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Brody, thank you for raising this. This is something that actually I talk quite a lot with ag commissioners around the country when it comes to the risk and liability that the ag community faces around PFAS contamination. Similar to utilities, we didn't create the problem, but we're inheriting it. And I think as we move forward, we're very much focused on this nationally and how to protect producers from liability if and when this expands into more of the ag territory, which it has in certain states. So I think we could probably have lessons learned and keep in good touch as this proposed rule evolves as well.
Yeah, and related to that, I think biosolids, is something that's going to need to be addressed at some point, because again, as water moves through the system, is used by a variety of residential and industrial users, it accumulates PFAS through various processes, which then ends up in the wastewater system and in the biosolids. So something to keep an eye on.
Any other questions? Okay, then we will move on to the Rio Grande and hear from our new director and apparent future senator of Colorado or state senator, I don't know. Nathan Coombs.
Things that happen when a microphone is on, huh? Director, would it be appropriate if I deferred the beginning of the report to Commissioner Diaz, since I'm the new guy and I don't want to step on his toes, not knowing what I'm supposed to say? I don't want to ruin his report. It's up to you. I don't want to.
I'll pitch it back to Commissioner Pepler.
Yeah, that's fine. If you don't want to,
you put him in the spot, so that's.
So Commissioner Diaz, let me first disclaimer, in a typical commission meeting, we also share our updates, what's going on in our communities, in our areas and the areas we represent. And it's obviously focused on agriculture, but you'd be amazed how it trickles to water. Notice that little pun there. So what the commissioners are going to share with you today is what's going on in their area as far as agriculture, but also how it is relating with water. So.
Yes, if that's appropriate, then I'll follow up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Rio Grande Basin, as we learned this morning in the state's engineer's presentation, one of the four with the over appropriation issue. And we had been fighting this water for, maybe 20 years or maybe more, since 2001, we have a big drought. That's the one that really opened the lights and awareness and everything. So few farmers around the neighborhood start bringing awareness of the rest of us, trying to see what we can do to mitigate, this over pumping, the water, especially north of the Rio Grande River, which is the sub-district number 1 that I will explain a little bit after. This is the bigger, area that's where we have the more wells pumping, from the aquifer. We initially start doing this in a voluntary basis. So all of us, we are thinking, well, Engans, was one of the things to cut them off because of efficiencies, then corner systems. And then they say, well, it's not enough. What else? So that's when the sub-districts, came in play. There was a bill in the Senate that came up at that point or years back. And based on that, farmers start organizing according to their commonalities, if you can, because all the valley, it's not the same. Some of us, we were pumping from the unconfined aquifer, some from the confined, and then there is people, they mix together next to the river. Or then sub-district number 1 was the first one to be formed. So it was like the first trial and error deal to see what, we can manage this problem. And so there was a lot of discussion. Finally, they came up with an agreement, and all the boundaries were established north of the river. And we start in the first place, say how we can start discouraging this, overuse. And they say, well, we have to tax the water. And that's what, it was in the first place coming, with a fee per acre feet that if you pump, from your well. And that is, based on the amount of water that you receive from the surface waters into the aquifer. And if you didn't have enough, you have to pay for the difference. And at that point it was $75, if I remember well. And then after that, still, the drought, it was not just 2001. It came, almost like one good year in the snowpack and then 2 years bad. And that cycle is still, coming till this day, except, right now that we are in a better shape. I think the Rio Grande Basin in average is about 112%, which means, you know, a good numbers, but we are so depleted in the aquifer that will not help or solve the problem. So then, you know, we said, well, we have to keep increasing this rate till the point today it's 150. And it's not enough 150 because still farmers, you know, we wanted to farm. We wanted to use more water. So they are thinking in the sub-district number 1 to bring up to 500 or plus, meaning, you know, if you don't have no enough water to come up with our augmentation plan, which, you know, every year we present, you know, through the division engineer, the division 3, our annual water replacement plan has to be approved for them. Otherwise, you know, we will not farm that year. And we are in the point that, like in our own farm, we are going to be cutting off almost 40% of our acreage to reduce, you know, the amount of water that we know that we are going to be having a little bit more water coming from the snowpack this year, but that is not going to make any remedy actually, because we are working in a 5-year average, meaning, you know, in the last 5 years, we received, you know, so much from the snowpack, and that average is going, you know, down, and it's going like steady, you know, down instead, you know, going up. And I know 2 or 3 years ago, I remember very well that letter that you sent us, all the farmers, you know, we were really in the corner of our farms, how, you know, we can manage this so we can, you know, be, you know, on top of the things instead of be, you know, under. We're hoping that Mother Nature will keep working with us. We still believe in the sub-district number 1, and there is other 6 additional ones that has been formed. And Director Combs, you can, you know, increase, you know, your explanation about this, but this is what, you know, the San Luis Valley is under the gun. And we try to do the best that we can. And sometimes, you know, we can be right there where our plan was. Sometimes it's not that way. Right now, also we have another presentation from the CCV and CWP, you know, which is, you know, related with the granting monies and monies that they make available to us. So several ditch companies, after the drought that we have, you know, in 2001, most of us, we couldn't get it, you know, the right amount of water that was appropriated to our ditch companies. So several started redundant it, you know, infrastructure like head gates, partition gates that has been built, maybe over 100 years ago. And in our case, where I represent the Billings Ditch, which is a very small company, we were like number 6 or 7 after, you know, other ditch companies made this renovation. So it was a fortunate thing to have it, the help for, we start with this project in 2021. And thanks to these grant programs and CDA grants, we make it possible. I am going to read it in here. I have a little table. I am sorry, I couldn't bring, you know, before the big screen, but I will read it to you. This is our story that I like to convey it to you. See, this is a small ditch that serves about 3,694 acres. It's a small, you know, 7, 8, you know, stockholders right now. The total project cost $659,208. The way that we did it is through the, let's see here, the North American Wetland Conservation Act. They given us in a grant money $200,290, which represent 30% of the total. Then the CWP grant money came with $255,918, which represented the 39% of the cost. Then our stockholders, we put together the $125,000, which is the 19% of the cost. And then CDA, finally, we apply for another grant money equal to 78,000, which, did the 12%. And believe me, this was, a good partnership, a good way, for us that we're a small company to really create a new head gate that, it really helped us to now withdraw the water at the, in the very low years. We are now able to get it, what we are appropriated for. So any drop of water really was very important to us. And I am, wanted to make thanks to all the CWCB and CWP people that help us and the CDA at the same time. Other things that we normally report during our meetings is how, we're doing in, our practices. Right now in the farm, we're preparing for the next season, planting for the potatoes, preparing the ground. We are in the moment cutting all the seed that we need to be planted in by April the 27th. The potato market has been good, I would say. There is a steady demand, and we probably, we will sell all our crop that right now is in the storage. I would say it's quite a large amount that's in the storage, but we have facilities that we can keep this crop clear up almost in July. It's unbelievable, 40 years ago when I started working in the farm, it was impossible to keep potatoes till that late. But technology and other means that right now the farmer has, it's possible. Also, we grow coarse barley, which is the one of the big players in grain in the valley. We also produce for them. Contracts are already being done, and we're going to be planting very soon the coarse barley. I imagine you already. But other than that, I am, at this seat, and please fill them up, what I couldn't cover, and bring, the whole story to our basin.
Yeah, are there questions for Commissioner Diaz? No, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Being new here, I didn't want to watch it too bad. So I guess he did an excellent job of explaining kind of the issues we're up against with our groundwater and our surface water debate. There's a big active role in the Rio Grande Basin, just like others, to really improve our infrastructure, because as the groundwater becomes more and more difficult and expensive, we have to maximize the use of our surface water. And so structure, infrastructure, conveyance, we're seeing a big demand within our roundtable for grants down that line of improving efficiencies to make better use of that surface water. Another thing, I hope you heard when Commissioner Diaz says we want to farm, and so that it creates kind of a funny nexus there of having to cut back on what's absolutely necessary for what you want to do for your family farms, which is the water. We had a presentation yesterday at our roundtable. Sarah Jones with Jones Family Farm there by Mosca, they have been very innovative in how they're rotating through potatoes and rye and contracting the rye to whiskey distillers here in Colorado and marketing. And the thing that's inventive about it is the approach is to get the market developed first, and that will incentivize those low water use crops. The rye can be raised on 12 inches of water, where potatoes require 22 to 24. So I think if we can continue down the path of those innovative processes where people are incentivized to keep the water down, not always punished with these high withdrawal fees, I think there's a better future in what we're looking for sustainable ag. Another thing I was going to talk to you about is on a legislative thing. Since I got active in the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable and CWCB things in 2007, doing some grants and loans for projects just like Commissioner Diaz suggested on rivers and restoration. And every meeting I went to, all we heard about was the Colorado. And sorry, but I was like, who the hell cares? I don't mean that now, but at the time I was like, this is the Caneos, you know, the Rio Grande's the biggest tributary to the Caneos. And so we've got to figure out how to, did everybody catch that? Yeah, that's the new words right there. So we were worried about our little river system and why is the Colorado, legislatively, I'm realizing we have a kind of a federal push for the Upper Rio Grande Security Act, which I think has some far-reaching implications. It is, in our opinion, it's tough. I wholeheartedly agree with the sovereignty of the state of Colorado administering its water rights. And when we start getting the federal overreach into administration of compacts and rivers, it's very concerning to me. And the Rio Grande is under the same type of thing. And I hope it's not just trying to set a precedent federally that then gets used against us as a state in the Colorado. So as I grow and mature mentally, I'm starting to see the correlations. And so that's something that we are definitely faced with in the basin of trying to say, what's the interaction here and how do we appropriately deal with these interstate legislative issues, not just compact and water as an administration. The last thing I'll tell you is, in my professional career, I learned early that we are very good at pointing out all the problems and there's no lack of complainers. And so we were taught in all the little training things you go to, you know, always have a solution. And so being new, Acting Director Harris, I'd just say, I think we could come together with CDA and CWCB, and if we could teach the wolves to eat zebra mussels, we've got it. So other than that, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Any questions on the Conejos River Basin? That are appropriate for this venue. Yes, Director Brody.
I just want to say you've raised the bar, Director Coombs. Good to have you aboard.
Okay, we're going to defer the Yampa report till the end here, and so we'll move on to the Colorado River with Director Boucher.
Thank you, Director Feltz. First of all, thanks to Madam Chair for sharing your beautiful town with all of us to be here in Steamboat. A special welcome to the new directors of the CWCB. I'm very much looking forward to serving with you. I do want to warn you though about getting excited. My first meeting was March of 2022 and I fact checked this. The board packet was 2,129 pages. So this board packet at 728, just wait, just wait. I also, I love this format with the CDA. This has been incredible. I especially appreciated last night. I had the chance to catch up with Commissioner Martinez on some similar work that we were doing, and Commissioners Diaz and Harrison. I think it's fair to say we became best friends last night, which was good. So some of you may be wondering why I have a picture of my pregnant wife from 2017 on the screen, and I'm wondering if Madam Chair recognizes where this location is.
Yes, the 8th Street Bridge.
That's correct. So Steamboat is near and dear to my heart and my wife's heart. Living in Kremling, there's no birthing center. And on this photo was taken on December 26th of 2017 and on December 28th at Yampa Valley Medical Center, a half a mile from where we were sitting. My now 5-year-old daughter was born. And we had such a good experience at Yampa Valley Medical Center that we decided to do it 2.5 years later. And we had 2 there. So this being in Steamboat is always a special place for me and not very far. So it's great to be here. Try and make this as quick as possible. So for those of you that don't know, I was invited to be Senator Bennett's guest at the State of the Union address on February 7th. I don't share this with you to bring personal attention, but I think within the water community and this meeting, very important for me to point out the priority that Senator Bennett has on water for our state. And that was really the intention of the invitation. It was a very incredible experience that would take far too long to share. He and his staff were so courteous, some amazing meetings lined up, very productive with Farm Bill issues coming up. But I will tell you, after 11 hours in the Senate Wrestle Building and the Capitol, I was taken at 11:30 by myself on my way back to my hotel. It was that kind of a night. So on the main stem, a super quick update. I think that between the January meeting and present date, Probably not to anybody's surprise. I think that, you know, SCPP pretty much dominated a lot of conversations within the basin. Both projects and planning for what could be applied for. And then also, as Commissioner Mitchell pointed out earlier, some of the issues associated with that. You know, I think at this point, I would like to remind, you know, all of us in this room, other stakeholders and decision makers, just how critically important it is that our state stays bound together in a leadership role, not only for the purposes of our state, but within the basin as a leader in this conversation. Projects, I almost feel inappropriate to talk about them because they'll be voting on many of these tomorrow. And I think that, you know, we have some great projects coming down within our basin and some more great ones coming. So those, you know, to stay tuned at another time. But as usual, I like to close director reports with a message of hope. Fortunately, that's from last year. But that also was taken last year on March 23rd. So we're that close to new life coming in Kremling and Reeder Creek Ranch. We're still snowed up heavy, but springtime is 5 days away formally. And so it's kind of that fresh new time in life. And with that, I will conclude my director's report.
Thank you. Commissioner Harrison, or you want to go to Bedell? Oh, okay, Commissioner Bedell. Do you need the control?
No, I don't have.
She always has control. She doesn't need control.
I should have brought some baby pictures. Catherine Bedell from Grand Junction. I'm a rancher down there and an agricultural consultant. So I run cattle and irrigate some land down there and then run in the high country in the Roaring Fork Valley. So my interest in water is both for my own use and for the people that I consult with. In Grand Junction, we use water directly out of the Colorado River through the Grand Valley Irrigation District and the Grand Valley Users Irrigation District. There is no groundwater pumping in the Grand Valley. I don't know if a lot of you knew that, but the groundwater is very saline and not appropriate for application to the land. The water down in the Grand Valley historically has been flood irrigation because of that high salinity in the soils. So, and because of the high evaporation rate, if you don't apply enough water to actually leach the cells down, the evaporation can actually bring it to the surface and pretty much destroy the land with the salinity on the surface. And if you ever drive through the Grand Valley and see that white crusty stuff, that's where that has happened. Sometimes it happens in a corner of a field or along the drainage ditch banks. You'll see that crusty stuff pretty often. I'll have to say that the attitude of most of the producers at my end of the valley is higher this year than it has been in the last couple of years because of the snowfall and the moisture that's now in the ground in the Grand Valley. We've had a very good wet season. I was digging some holes for some trees, and pretty much as far as you can deep down, the soil is wet. This is a great difference over the last 8 years where you might get a surface 3 inches deep, but now we have some really heavy soil moisture. That looks great for our upcoming season. I don't know anybody who is clamoring for them to turn on the irrigation systems, which they do in the first week of April. So it's looking great that way. The weather has been really good for crops. We hate to complain, but the mud out in some of the dry areas, the unirrigated and sort of bare ground areas has been horrendous. Getting around can be difficult if you have to travel through those areas on what are usually oil and gas roads that they've put in. So that's made life a little difficult for people that are calving out in the more remote areas. The other concern that people have brought up, and again, I hate to there's always a downside to a blessing, I guess, is that the snowpack being so high, a lot of us down in the Grand Valley go to the mountains with our summer grazing. We're starting to look at the snowpack and wondering if our allotments are going to be available at the usual time to move out. As you may or may not know, it's sort of a short year for feed, grass especially, and hay. So everybody's sort of looking at their hay stocks and wondering if they have enough to continue feeding for what might be a delayed movement to the mountain. So that's been concerning to people. Unfortunately, when we have a good year, there tends to be some downsides. I guess that's all I have to say in my update. So thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioner Harrison, on your last presentation for us.
That's not my picture. No, you won't see any livestock in my pictures. That's my picture. That's the scene we saw from our front window numerous times this year, which was very welcome. It would stay on there for a few days and then it'd melt off. And then about a week later, it'd happen again. And it was exciting because this is down in the mouth of the River Canyon, just before you break into the Grand Valley is where we live. And when it snows like that there, we know the mesa is really getting hammered. So, and that's a good thing. Interestingly enough, the mesa does not supply water for the Grand Valley, even though it's right up above the Grand Valley. We're probably one of the only farms in the Grand Valley that actually gets water from Grand Mesa. And that's only because we get some of our water out of a little creek called Rapid Creek. And it comes off of the mesa. We own our own little ditch and have to maintain that. So we are unlike most of the people in the Grand Valley. Most of the people in Grand Valley have no clue on water rights. They don't know what it takes to get water to them. They just go turn a valve on. So that's one thing I can really add to the conversation on water in the Grand Valley, because I've gotten to learn a lot about it owning this particular place. This is what we do most of the winter. Do you have, I'm not sure how to start this video. Nope, back up. That's a video. There we go. Hopefully it'll work all right. It's interesting. We were chatting earlier about how things kind of come back around. I used to prune on stilts years ago. My stilts were about 5 feet high and they were homemade stilts, but that was the easiest way that we could prune. So a lot of the old timers did that. I was one of the last few that did it. But interestingly enough, this is the Talbot's crew. They've bought drywall stilts and now have their crew on stilts pruning. And every peach tree has to be pruned every year. So it's one of the most time, it eats up a lot of time. So anything you can do to speed it up is a big deal. One of the things, we don't grow our trees as tall, so we don't have to have our stilts as tall. So by having, you know, stilts that are no more than 3 foot high, and also the fact that as Catherine alluded to earlier, it used to be furrow irrigation. When you're walking with stilts around in furrows, that was a little more difficult. Now we use sprinklers, so that's not as big of a deal. And so we'll probably transition to stilts as well, because I kind of have a heart for that. So I don't know if I can stop that, but you can get somewhat of an idea. I mean, there's a whole big crew out there pruning. This is the one I wanted to show. It's hard to tell, but that white stuff under the trees is ice. We've actually got our sprinklers going, and that's one of the means of frost control. And that's what's coming up very soon is our frost control season. April, the month of April is usually frost season. And I don't know if you can get this video started as well. This is another one of our means of frost control, and that's our wind machines running. Is there sound with that by chance? It sounds like a helicopter. You know, we've got these all over the Grand Valley and they're very, very noisy. And this is in the daytime. I'm just getting ready to shut them down. In fact, I shut one of them down. already. But we start these things up in the middle of the night. The town of Palisade knows it's frost season when we do, because it's very loud in the valley. But this helps to keep the frost from settling, because it takes the warmer air that's 30 feet up above and higher and blows it down to the ground. And that is what saved our crop last year. This is what we all look forward to as fruit growers during frost season, is that sun to come up over the edge of the mountains, because once it does that, the temperature is going to start rising. But anyway, this is what we are working towards. And I had a crew that is a pretty good crew, but I've had one guy that I've had some issues with in the past. And you know, hopefully he won't show up again this year.
Here was that.
That was in August, I believe, July or August. We picked peaches from about the 4th of July till about the 20th of October. So yeah, this was a couple of years ago when Governor Polis came out. We had fun. So, but he jumped right in there, and he knows Spanish better than I do. So. Any
you.
questions?
Any questions for Commissioner Harrison? That's great. Thank you. Director Phil?
Your turn.
Mhm.
Thank you. Look, I'm already a problem child. I'm not even quite out the door yet. The windmill creates, like, what exactly? Help me understand how it's
Okay.
frost control.
Cold air settles. So the coldest air, when it's really calm, will be right against the ground. Just 30 feet up and higher will actually be warmer air. The way those wind machines work is they will pivot, they will turn around, and they're angled down towards the ground. So they'll take that air that's 30 feet up and a little higher and blow it down to the ground and flush that cold air out. And, you know, we're not talking about a lot of difference in temperature, but most of the time when we freeze, you know, it's just a few degrees that we're talking about.
Did this take place, this technology, was it working somewhere else and then you all brought it to the valley, or how did you?
You know, I think this
decide?
technology probably was developed more up, you know, there's a lot of it in Washington State. You know, in some places up in Washington State where we actually will buy some of your used wind machines up there, they'll run these night after night after night after night. Where a lot of times what we have is we'll have one incident come in. It's like last year, I think we ran ours 2 nights last year, but it saved our crop. I mean, if you didn't have frost control last year, you probably were very short.
That's a good question. So I imagine you've made quite an investment in your trees, and I wonder, with changes that we're seeing in our environment, how you anticipate that, you know, affecting the trees, affecting your harvest, and requiring changes to your practices, if any.
You know, I think one of the things we've seen is an earlier bloom time, which translates into an earlier harvest, which, because we've got some different varieties, we can actually extend our harvest window. So that benefits the consumer as well as us who are trying to market it. As far as the heat and the drought, as long as we have the water, the heat has not been as much of a problem with peaches. Fortunately, it still cools off really well in the Grand Valley at night because it's so dry. And that's what makes a good peach crop, is hot days and cool nights. Anytime you get over about 90 degrees during the day, the trees kind of go in a stasis. They're not putting a lot back into the tree. They're just trying to survive. So if we have a lot of days that are consistently over 90, which is not unusual, but a lot of times it's not all day. But that'll be a detriment. And, you know, we've always had some hot times, you know, ever since I got in the business. I remember years and years ago, I'd been out working all day long and came in the house and found out that we'd set a record temperature that day of 106. And I didn't realize it. I mean, it was a hot day, but it wasn't anything exceptional. But, you know, the water situation is more of a concern probably just than the heat. But I will also say one other thing that is so exciting that nobody else in this room can experience is to be involved in raising one of Colorado's iconic crops. Everybody in Colorado knows about a good Colorado peach. So.
Good question. Do you have any problem with sufficient pollinators, and do you expect that this will get more difficult with temperature rise?
You know, it's interesting. There's only a very few peach varieties that actually need bees to pollinate them. Otherwise, they're self-fertile. Now, having said that, we have apricots and we have cherries, and we do have one of the varieties of peaches that do need to have bees as pollinators. And I have a gentleman that lives up by Walcott that brings his bees down for my pollination. So I pay somebody to bring bees in. I'd love to do bees are so fascinating. I used to do bees back when you could have them by neglect because they didn't have the problems they have now. But they are fascinating creatures. And, you know, the good thing is there are people that will bring them down. They charge us for it, but that's all right. It pays, you know, I've got more employment when I bring a hive of bees in than any other time of the year because they bring in 30,000 employees.
I love your term by neglect. I used to raise bees in Arizona, which, you know, that temperature profile is really challenging.
Well, I'm an organic grower, and years ago, it was funny because I was also a commercial applicator. And that's one of the reasons I went organic is I got enough experience, even though I didn't own very much, that after a while, I thought, you know, I think I can do this organically. So back in 1991 is when we converted over to organic. But it was funny because a lot of the old timers had been aware of the organic movement that happened back in the 60s. And they had these hippies coming in and they buy a place. And then their idea of organic was organic by neglect. And they would multiply, you know, the insect population so much that the surrounding growers had problems, even with chemicals to try to control them. So here I was, a commercial applicator that knows better than that, going organic. And they just did not know what to think about that for a while. But my golly, I did it and proved them that it could be done without being neglectful.
Any more questions for Commissioner Harrison? If you are traveling to Grand Junction through Palisade and you see Coke Capelli Farms, stop in, hand pies, peaches, all sorts of fun stuff there.
We're right on I-70. It doesn't take but 2 seconds to get off and pull in our parking lot. And we do make a really good peach fried pie. And if you let me know ahead of time, I'll meet you there and give you a tour and give you a fried pie for free.
Fried pie. Awesome. Okay, well, let's move on to the San Juan, San Miguel, and Dolores with Director Cloud.
Thank you. I was looking forward to this part. It's my first meeting, and so I don't have anything prepared. So I was looking forward to it. But generally, I just would like to say that in my area, we've had some really good snowpack, and we're hoping that we will also have good runoff, you know, because we know that in past years we've been very, very dry, which means the ground is drier. And so when we have snowpack, you know, the ground soaks that up. But we've also experienced very high winds in the past few years, which also helps increase the snowpack to melt faster. So we're hoping that this year we have more runoff so that we have a better quality river system. And so that's basically the gist of what I have to report for my area, because I don't have anything prepared from a previous time. So thank you.
Any questions for Director Cloud? All right.
Okay.
Well, welcome aboard. Yeah.
Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you. Whoever had something to do with this. Will come in handy with ESPN tonight when I catch up. I'm from District 4. I live in Dolores, outside of Dolores, Colorado, where we've had good snow this year. There's probably 3 or 4 foot at my house and where the farm's located in the southwest corner of our beautiful state. And we are working ground already, believe it or not. Just a little history on where the farm's located. In 21, we got 10% of our water. So it was a unique year. Last year in 22, we started off the year with 10% and ended up with 40. So we were able to utilize some of that water and put in some red winter wheat. Now, previously we put some in and it became a cover crop because we didn't have the water to harvest the red winter wheat we put in. This year is going to be different. We've completed our urea fertilizing on the red winter wheat, and we've got a customer there in Cortez, Cortez Mill. Be familiar with Bluebird Flour. And it's a place that I just talked to them before I came up, that they are very interested in our red winter wheat that we're able to grow. We went into this year with a 60% water plan, and we've always had 4 or 5 going into the year because we start watering April, 1st of April. And up north of Cortez, if anybody's familiar with the area, they still have snow on the ground. So we're finishing up our 2,000 acres of red winter wheat, fertilizing it. We are going to start putting some potash down on the corn ground that we are going to start getting ready. Just found out Thursday prior to coming here that we're going to have a full water allocation this year. So it's a different time. This is where we'd like to be. And we're going to stay with our 60% water plan because we're ready. And as the summer progresses, we'll probably put in some oats, maybe go with some summer, fall alfalfa planting. We plan on utilizing all of our water allocation because what happens there is, like in 2021, we got 10% of our water, but we pay a full O&M cost. So we are prepared every year. If we get 10%, we owe for the full amount. That's just something that was set up way before my time. So last year we ended up with 40%. We have a payment of a full water supply. This year we're hopeful that with the full water supply, as any ag producer knows, you got to spend money to make money. So in this sense, we're spending money on our fertilizer and getting ready for this year. That kind of covers where we're at on the farming aspect. As far as we're fertilizing and we're going to start working some corn ground and probably put in a couple hundred more acres of corn, non-GMO corn this spring. And calving is going well on the ranching end. We have 515 total. There's 366 on the ground, about 71% complete on our calving process with a 1% death loss. So it's been really good so far this season as far as the cattle, because they spend the winter months, and like you said, it's a lot longer. I mean, we're not going to go up to the ground that we thought we would, but they summer on the farm and then they winter in the high country. So some June, yeah, we'll be moving them to the high country. Bone and Arrow Corn Mill facility, they're doing good. They're getting ready for a schedule, which is good. SQF audit that's coming up here first of next month. So that's always interesting because their job is to find something in your facility that you have to take care of. And through the years, we've been able to have just a few items that we need to take care of in the mill, being for human consumption. But the mill itself is doing well. And we were able to make it through the drought portion and COVID portion of the farm and the mill with little shutdown. The tribe in general had to shut a lot of their facilities down during this time, but we were able to stay running and operating because of what we had in place. Work with the Water Resource Committee for the tribe, and they're doing some different things with us in collaboration with different entities within the state and federal level, which is good for us. We're looking at putting in a holding reservoir, about 1,000-acre facility at the end of Reach 3 Canal that'll help us through maintenance on the canal, because we have to keep our canal full all winter long in order to for our drinkers, for the cattle. So this would help us be able to empty some portions of the canal that's clay lined to clean out the sediment. That would allow us to keep delivering water, and then maybe having a holding facility. And I think everybody knows at this time, it'd be nice to have more holding facilities in our state. Section line valves we're working on there's sections of our canal that you got to shut the whole lateral line down in order to make a repair. It'd be nice to have more sectionalizing valves within our lateral. We're working on that. On our micro hydro units, we're still moving forward on that. And we are doing some test crops this year, some Kernza and Safoin that use less water. And we've done some work with Sikawa to help us maybe find different crops that use less water that we can use within our cattle operation. So that's, there's 2 test plots, 46 acres, 23 acres of Kernza and 23 acres of Safoin that we're going to give attention to this year. And I think that pretty much covers my report from Southwest Colorado.
Any questions for Commissioner Martinez? Okay, Director Phil.
Okay, I think we have Director Anderson, okay, with the Gunnison River report coming to us from his basin.
Thank you, Greg. If you hear some strange noises, please know everything's okay. I'm at my son's place, and his maid decided this would be a good time to show up, and every time she shuts the vacuum cleaner down, Luke's dog howls, so don't be alarmed. I'd like to welcome our new board members, and I'm sorry I'm not in Steamboat to meet you in person, but I'll look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. I'm sure you're going to enjoy your experience on this board. It's personally one of the more rewarding things that I've participated in my lifetime, and you know, it's a unique organization. The mission statement to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado water for the present and future generation really sums it up. You know, we're a statewide board, and although I represent the Gunnison Basin, you know, I'm more inclined to represent all the people of Colorado than just segregate it to the Gunnison Basin. I think you will find that there's an absence of partisan politics on this board. Thank goodness. And you're going to be amazed at the staff. They really make our job easy. We have a great staff, and my hat's off to the people that gather a paycheck with the Conservation Board. Looking at the Gunnison Basin, there's just one small area that's in the lowest category of drought in the Gunnison Basin. I looked at the snowpack for the entire Gunnison Basin. It's 133% of normal. It's 151% of the median for this state. It's interesting for me. I keep an eye on Columbine Pass, which is on the Uncompahgre Plateau west of my house in Olathe. And they've had to change the scale on the graph twice this year. It's basically 220% of normal. I often dream what a great thing that would be if we could say that for the entire state. But with being out of drought, and hopefully we have a gradual runoff where we can take advantage of that water and use it. But I guess the other thing is we still have the rest of March and April to look forward to some additional moisture. That's basically the remarks I had today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions I might. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Any questions for Director Anderson? Okay. Great, let's move on to the North Platte and Director Vasquez.
Thank you, Vice Chair Felt. And I saw your, let's move it along, Commissioner Mitchell, so I'll try and do that. You recall earlier this morning, Commissioner Mitchell made the point of how speedy and smooth our confirmation hearing was in front of the Senate subcommittee. Part of it has to do with the CEO of the CWCB, Nathan Coombs. He is now the Chief Entertainment Officer, and that he threatened a particular senator with taking over a seat. It was very funny. I think that contributed to how quickly they voted. So thank you, Commissioner Coombs. I represent the North Platte Basin, and this is also a basin with very limited storage, much as the Yampa, as we heard earlier. So we're delighted at the snowpack. The question is, how much can we use? How quickly does it come off? It's the same story across the state, right? But one of the things I wanted to draw your attention to is a study that's been going on in the basin since 2017. It was initiated by CSU, trying to determine the crop coefficient for high altitude hay. We have a single cutting in North Platte where the floor of the basin is 8,000 feet. And this lysimeter study is an attempt to correlate to COAGMET modeling and allow us to determine a high mountain hay crop coefficient. The reason that's important in part is because of the 3-state agreement with Wyoming and Nebraska. That 3-state agreement assumes a 0.83 crop coefficient. And in the last update we had from this lysimeter study, the number we're coming up with from the lysimeter is a little over 1, and it agrees pretty well with the data from the COAGMET. So we're hoping to be able to continue it for another year or two to solidify that relationship with the COAGMET, because it's much easier to establish the data across our basin with COAGMET than installing more lysimeters. So with that, in the interest of time, I'll wind it up, and thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to working with all of you, and I'm honored to be part of this board.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Vasquez? Okay, if not, we will jump back online to Director Sakata with the report from the South Platte.
Thanks. I just have a video, I think, Viola.
Yeah. Okay, we got it. Thanks, Robert. I'm still looking for show.
Hi, everybody. I wish I was there for this historic meeting, and I would first off like to apologize for not being able to be there in person, as there were some unexpected circumstances that prevented me from traveling very far from home right now. I really want to thank and appreciate the chairs and the administrators for working together to set up this joint meeting, and thanks to all of you for taking the time to participate. I start off my presentation today with a picture from our January CWCB meeting in Denver. I want to recognize and thanks Curran Trick, Celine Hawkins, and Heather Dutton, who concluded their service as CWCB directors. I learned something unique from each one of them, and it was a real pleasure serving alongside of them. So thank all of you. And this is a picture from the 2023 Water Plan celebration that was held right after our CWCB meeting. It was held at the Improper City in the Rhino District. What a fabulous way to recognize all the hard work that the CWCB staff, all the people involved in the basin roundtables, and everybody that contributed to the water plan, how hard everybody worked. But what is really exciting to me is that we keep talking about it and how we're going to tackle those actions that we all identified and highlighted in the plan. Today, I look forward to discussions with our partners on the Ag Commission about how we can and what we can do to expand the resiliency of agriculture in Colorado. Well, does anybody know why water never laughs at jokes? Well, it's because it isn't a fan of dry humor. Well, thanks to Chairperson Brown for having the CWCB board highlight the water plan at the Winter Water Congress meeting and showing us her talents as a comedian. Also at Water Congress, Patricia Wells, who I had the honor of serving with on the Colorado Water Quality Control Commission, was recognized as this year's Water Congress Aspinall Award winner. On stage are some of the former awardees. These formidable leaders have forged an amazing path for us to build on, including Patty, who is also a former CWCB director. And then for me, things came to a screeching halt as I finally caught COVID. You know, I had the habit of testing myself after attending any of the large meetings. After 2 days after coming back from Water Congress on January 29th, I tested negative. But then 4 days later, I tested positive and remained positive for 12 days. So I publicly apologize for all the meetings that I had to miss during that 2-week period, especially to the Voices of Rural Colorado event that I was scheduled to speak at. I was really looking forward to it. Well, you know, even though the media attention has died down about COVID, it was a stark reminder for me that we are just one small step away from events that can change our lives tremendously. And it's up to us as leaders to try and prepare as well as we can for that next unknown. Speaking about preparing for the future, at our Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association annual conference, we had what I term as the Super Powerhouse Panel, consisting of Dr. Becky Bollinger, who is the Assistant State Climatologist, our very own Director Mitchell and Commissioner Greenberg, and a very special guest, A.G. Kawamura, a farmer from Orange County who is the former Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. A very special thanks to all of our panelists who did an amazing job of providing the attendees valuable information to help us make our farming operations more resilient to the climate challenges we are facing. As in my tradition for my reports, here is my drone footage for this meeting that I took this past Sunday. It is just south of Platteville, looking north, and then circling 360 degrees with the South Platte River just coming into view with the mountains in the background. As you can see, things are still pretty brown, but most of the snow has melted and the soil moisture in our area is very good. I communicated with former Director Jim Yon, and he reported that as of March 9th, they still had about 12 miles of ice at the end of the inlet to the North Sterling. It has been the longest amount of time he has experienced ice hanging around, preventing them from wanting water. Currently, the North Sterling is about 53% full, and once they can start running water again, it should take them about 7 weeks to fill, so probably in May sometime. Other reservoirs are filling nicely except for Julesburg, which reached its winter fill in December, but has a ditch full of snow, so hasn't been able to restart to fill the last 20%. He also reported that there's still a lot of talk about the Nebraska proposal for the Perkins County Canal, and at almost every water meeting, there are discussions about it. Here is the drought map for Colorado, and it is notable that eastern Colorado is still under several levels of drought. I reached out to Deb Daniels, the general manager for the Republican River Water Conservation District, and she reported that some of their board were in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago to talk to legislators about programs that can help them meet the Republican River Compact resolution. To date, they have retired 7,500 acres in the South Fork Focus Zone, and several contracts are close to being signed. You know, a lot of public attention, and rightfully so, is on the Colorado River. But I hope that we also continue to recognize the challenges faced by different basins around the state, like the Republican River. As many of you know, because of the agreement with Kansas, they have to dry up 10,000 acres by the end of 2024, and then another 15,000 acres by 2029, along with trying to develop a sustainable groundwater pumping program. To help support these efforts, in 2023, they have more than doubled the per acre fee for irrigated land, which is charged directly through the property taxes. I have personally heard some grumblings from farmers out there who are not happy about this increase in assessment. So definitely know that what they're doing is not easy. Each meeting I try to provide a list of interesting upcoming events. Viola should have sent that to the CWCB directors, and if the Ag Commission would like a copy, I'm sure that we can get it sent to you as well. On the written list, I include the dates, locations, and if available, links for more information. If you know of any meetings that might be of interest to me or that I can share with others, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. This month on our list, I would like to highlight the Colorado Celebrating Ag Day at the State Capitol on Wednesday, March 22nd. And looking ahead, the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association is organizing a demo day for automated weeding machines. I know with the CWCB, I shared some pictures of a laser robot that I got to see in Fresno, California last fall. Well, that and some other machines are going to be demonstrated at the Rocky Ford Experiment Station on June 16th. A special thanks to Director Mitchell, who is shown here helping us promote the Colorado Proud program. And finally, I had the pleasure of attending the confirmation hearing for our directors for this year. Congratulations. I am so proud and thrilled to be able to work with you this coming year, especially you, Senator Combs. Future Senator Combs. But seriously, it is such a great honor to work with all of you. In conclusion, I would like to specifically recognize and thank Director Gibbs, Commissioner Greenberg, Director Ryan, and Director Mitchell for their thoughtful and great leadership, and really for just being all around great people. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Director Sakata? It's Brody.
Not so much a question, but a thank you, Director Sakata. I know you were really a key impetus for this joint gathering today. And I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for, again, sharing with us your perspectives on some of the challenges that producers face and, you know, being so open and vulnerable with the challenges that you and others face. And yeah, thank you for helping to bring us together.
Thanks, Director Bodie.
Anything else for Director Sakata?
Director Sakata, this is Colleen Robert. From sensing this is a traditional presentation from you, and I'm not surprised, but a beautiful job. And as you were pivoting around from Platteville, I imagine you might have picked up some of our area. So thank you. Thank you for that.
You're right.
Is Commissioner Trainer online? Nick, we're going to let you be the first one.
Okay, I hope my internet holds out. I was really sorry that I couldn't make it to the meeting, but I'm a dad number one and cattle rancher number two as my job priorities go. And unfortunately, with two working parents, we lost our childcare at short notice, so I couldn't come to the meeting. But so my family and I ranch just east of Denver on a Colorado State Land Board property, the Lowry Ranch. Some of you probably heard of it. Obviously, drought's been a big piece of our or a major worry area for us the last couple of years. We've got some pretty decent snow this winter, so we're very hopeful. But I guess in the spirit of a joint meeting with the Water Conservation Board, I thought I'd tell you all a little bit about where I grew up, and that's I heard the update for the Arkansas River Valley down there, and we didn't have a CDA person representing that area, but I grew up in a little community called, or a county called Crowley County, a little town. Our family ranch is just north of Sugar City, and it was named Sugar City because there was a large sugar beet factory there, and at one time was a beautiful irrigated community. Unfortunately, I'm probably, some of you already know this, Crowley County is kind of the poster child for what not to do in an irrigated community, and the water, well, most of the water was sold in the late 70s and was very poorly. It was not a good representation of a dry up. You know, it's pretty much, that community went from a booming agriculture town to now I think is number 2 or possibly even number 1 on the poverty rankings in the state for the counties. So I guess where I'm going with that is, you know, the work that the Water Conservation Board is doing is so important for these rural communities and agriculture as a whole. And I'm pleased to hear all the great presentations from you all. And sounds like we've got some great people fighting for rural water and agriculture as a whole. So I'm sorry I couldn't make it today, but that's about all I've got for an update.
Thank you, Nick. Are there any questions for Commissioner Trainer? Okay, I think we're going to move on to Commissioner Block.
Thanks for the opportunity to share with Colorado Water Conservation Board today. I think this is great. And as I said earlier, I really do like eye-to-eye contact when we're working together. It's awesome to talk across the tables. Commissioner Sakata really said things very well there and did a great presentation. I guess there's just a few things I'd like to add on a personal perspective, I guess. We have a few questions here that, like, what are the biggest issues ag's facing in your area? I would say probably right now, the cost of production, especially in dry years. As we all know, America has the cheapest food source in the world, really. We only spend 6 to 7% of our disposable income on our food source, which we're very blessed in that regard. Some of the other countries, you know, are spending well over 60, 70%. That's on the high side, I guess, but of their disposable income. So in a way, America, sometimes I say, is spoiled, but we do have to look at that as when we have a cheap food source. And to get to telling our stories out there, I think we do have to also try to get that story told that, you know, ag production in general is footing that bill, because I'm sure our cost of expenses are some of the highest in the world too, as far as raising that food. What do I find inspiring in regard to ag in our area? I would say we're fortunate to also have many generations out there, but that are farming. So the young people wanting to come back is great. However, with the cost of production and the expense, the capital outlay and everything, that is going to be a challenge going forward as well, unless they have you know, parents, grandparents, great grandparents there that can help them get started farming and ranching. Where do you think ag will be in 20 years? You know, that's probably my toughest try to answer that right now, because when I visualize that, I have, as I said, six generation that's working beside me, even though they're in school. They will be, you know, really starting to farm there in 20 years. And that is a key question. It really is. They will become seasoned with their education. We're fortunate to be out in a rural community that, as we saw today in these other presentations, we have great vocational ag teachers, et cetera, out there, as long as also with their parents and grandparents. So I think their work ethic is going to, you know, always be there, and you know, coming off the family farms. So those are 3 questions I have there. Some other key points I just wanted to bring up today that I've gotten through various people's speaking terms here today is, you know, I should say. One, I hear the lack of storage, and that is a key component. You know, what do we need to do about that? Because that also means a loss of economics to producers and even our consumers in Colorado. when we have, water that could be stored to help us out in these drought times. Quality of water was mentioned in the reservoirs. I feel as ag producers and multi-generations, we are the best caretakers, because we want to drink that water. We want our grandkids to drink that water. I feel we are some of the best stewards of that. So I think, we also need to get our consumers help with that as well, because I don't always, you hear that there's maybe some bad contaminants. Unfortunately, sometimes ag gets some bad raps there, and I don't believe it's always ag. Dispersing water to 9, Colorado disperses water in 9 basins. I also feel, when we're going out of the, if that's in our compacts and things, that we are delivering to other states. I do feel that we need to go back and look at some of those compacts and see what they really were, back in the 40s, et cetera. And also involve those other states with helping us maintain our water. Just because it's required to go across state line, they should probably help us out as well in various things, taking care of it, or what have you. Also, I heard today about the federal level. It is tough dealing with the feds, I guess, if you will, but at the same time, when we go tell our stories, it is a great expense, and many times it is to us as producers. When we go to the ag as commodity groups and everything, a lot of it comes from our own pockets as producers, which I think is just showing that much more commitment that we have. I guess this one kind of reiterates itself here. I have water goes downstream when we can't store it. It's when we don't have the proper reservoirs to store our water, hopefully we're, getting credit for that. I hear different stories on that, if you can't store it, you don't get credit for it, et cetera. I don't know the full details of that, but hopefully that can help us out. Sometimes if we can work on those things, when we do experience the droughts, when we're long-term droughts. Other than that, out in our part, yeah, as you saw on the drought map, we've gone from a D3, D4 drought. We're now in a D1, D2. We're far from being over, but last year at this time, we were talking dust storms, blizzards, dust blizzards out there. It was so dry. This year, fortunately, we've had snow. We don't have too much ground blowing, but of course, on the flatlands, you can have some streamline winds come around, but we are excited to see the moisture this year. New calves are coming out. As people have said too, it's great to see that. People are anxious to get ready to work in the fields. However, it has been a little wet. We just lost our ice and snow cover here about a week ago. Still a little bit of mud out there we'll have to wait for here to be conducive to get in the fields, but multi diverse operations out there, feedlots, hogs, cattle feedlots, hogs, dairy farms. There are multi-crops from sugar beets to edible beans, corn, wheat, alfalfa, sunflowers, milo, etc. So with that, I think that's the report of Northeast Colorado. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Commissioner Mesa.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think, Commissioner Block and Commissioner Trainer and Director Sakata really laid out a lot of the perspectives of the region that I also farm on. I think I mentioned this in my intro, I'm a first generation farmer and kind of did a 180 from the arts. I was actually practicing artist in New York City. And one of the main reasons for the pivot was due to my health. And I think that really enlightened me in a lot of ways of how much of an ecosystem I'm a part of, both inside my own body, but also socially. And now I'm starting to understand the political ecosystems that we're a part of. And I think that perspective and framework has really informed my approach to farming, my work in policy, and building community and strategic partnerships. So I came to Colorado in 2013 with a farm and business partner and friend. We acquired 35 acres in Bennett, Colorado, and there was nothing there. It hadn't been farmed for about 5 years or so. Previously, it was used to grow wheat, sunflower, sorghum. Those are the main crops around my region, along with a few small ranches and buffalo operations as well. But, I kind of walked down to the middle of the field and had no idea how to even start. I got my training at a hydroponics farm in Ohio, working in the middle of an Amish community, growing tomatoes and experimenting with hydroponic peanuts. And so my approach was really much more involved with experimentation, with research, and coming out to a 35-acre plot. It was overwhelming, but the sense of freedom and autonomy really was what was driving our operation and our vision. And so, a lot of my initial connections were in Denver and working with urban farmers, and specifically with Mile High Farmers, which is the local chapter of the National Young Farmers Coalition, and back then local chapter of Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. And that's where I found my community. That's where I started to really connect and resonate with a lot of the producers in the area. So it was interesting for me to have a farm on the Eastern Plains while being so tightly connected to communities in Denver. And I saw potential there to build a bridge that connects the rural and the urban spaces. But the challenges really what shaped our approach to farming. We didn't have a lot of funding to access resources. We didn't have a lot of connections for technical assistance. I could hardly navigate the USDA website and grants and NRCS and so many things that I've now come to understand and know that they're available. But really, I couldn't see where these programs really addressed my needs as a small scale, small acreage farmer, and how to get going. So drought, high wind, we don't have any windbreaks or trees, really informed our approach to building a greenhouse and leveraging shipping containers and kind of being scrappy about the infrastructure that we could very readily mobilize on the land. So when our family started putting the pieces together and helped us fund a passive solar greenhouse from a manufacturer based out of Boulder called Ceres. What's really amazing about this model of greenhouse, it's a passive solar design, which means that the three sides are insulated, and the south-facing side is the polycarbonate translucent material that allows sunlight to come in. And we realized that we wanted to have a year-round production of greens and whatever we wanted to grow in there. So we wanted it to be as sustainable as possible. And it was that emphasis of insulation of the walls that informed also our approach to insulating the foundation, because underneath the greenhouse, we built a climate battery. If any of you are familiar with that technology, it's kind of like a geothermal system. It's a network of pipes that run throughout the foundation, about 5 feet down, where it's a steady 50 to 55 degrees year round. And we just cycle the air throughout the seasons. That allows us to mitigate our dependence on external heating and cooling elements. And I think if it wasn't for that technology, during COVID, we probably would have folded because we lost over 60% of our revenue selling to restaurants. And it was the low overhead cost that it took to run the greenhouse that enabled us to buffer those impacts. So, we were kind of considered oddballs in the fact that we were focused on 3,000 square feet of growing in the middle of 35 acres, trying to grow microgreens for restaurants. And people are, what are you doing? Like, isn't that an urban farming crop? But for us, microgreens are the perfect crop for food security. They're quick growing. We harvest every 12 days. They're highly nutritious. They require very little water, and obviously can be grown year round. So that's really what our approach to rural farming kind of looked like. And so that same approach of modularity, of intensive quick rotation of crops also informs our mushroom operation, which we implement shipping containers, controlled environment operations. We have 3 shipping containers that we're growing mushrooms in. And just recently, and this was kind of a big risk that we took to start up an egg operation in the middle of inflation, high rising cost of feed, and high path AI. Like, what the hell were we thinking? But thankfully, we got it up off the ground. We launched it. We have about 3,000 hens, and we're still trying to cover some of those initial costs. But we know the critical need for eggs and our approach to stabilize the supply chain by working in community and working together. So a lot of the approach was really meant to transform the food system and really meant to support communities. And that has now informed our model and vision for the farm. A lot of the operations now have kind of taken their own life, and we're kind of seeing this as a research farm, as an incubator farm, as a model for land access, and to support young beginning farmers of color and the next generation of agricultural workers. So that really is now where we're heading. We realize that as much as we're producing food, we're also producing new ideas, solutions. And in terms of the water, we have our water rights, but we don't have adequate resources for water delivery and infrastructure. So that has really limited our approach to addressing the rest of the acreage. And something that really brought this home for us was when we were a recipient of the Restore Colorado funds to remediate 5 acres, just starting with 5 acres of the farm. And we were really trying to line it up with the spring rains and the moisture that was there. Well, it didn't go so well. And so we realized we do need to start investing in irrigation in order for us to be the soil stewards that we want to become. And I think that's our biggest challenge right now, is how do we address that need for essential infrastructure in terms of the water delivery and everything. And so, talking to Commissioner Martinez and some other folks here, we're starting to navigate what resources could come our way, not just to help our operations, but also to heal the soils and to really kind of solidify that farm as a research farm, and one that can innovate new strategies of addressing the challenges right now, but also build a plan for a long-term sustainable operation that is able to buffer the impacts of climate change, supply chain disruptions, food insecurity, lack of economic opportunities, et cetera. And so that's kind of where we're focused on now. One of my other roles is also as president of the National Young Farmers Coalition. Last week, we had our fly-in in DC, and I got to meet with a lot of our representatives, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Bennett, Representative Caraveo, Ken Buck, and Congressman Jason Crow as well. And so one of the things that we were really trying to address was directly related to our experiences starting up, how we can create EQIP programs and small acreage programs that alleviated a lot of the burden of applying for these programs, and that allowed small scale farmers to really take advantage of a lot of the details and initiatives in those programs. The reporting too, I think, should be parallel to the acreage that you're farming. And so what does it look like to have these customized programs to meet the specific needs of farmers like myself and others in our situation, while at the same time taking into account the specific community needs and the language barriers, because I do think there's a lot of young farmers that come with really innovative ideas and approaches to agriculture and food systems development and food resilience that I think never get the chance to implement those because of the complexity of all of the different challenges but also the complexity of accessing programs. And today was a really great example for the complexity of the ecosystems of water. And I'm still digesting all of this and trying to understand where I fit in and how I can be a advocate in my community. So it's, you know, it's definitely taken me a long time to understand exactly what the situation is. And I just want to express some gratitude for being part of the Ag Commission that has opened me up to so many different communities and individuals and organizations and acronyms that I think are really shedding light in terms of the resources that are available, the communities, the allies, the shared values that I think will really help to push a lot of these initiatives forward and to fully manifest some of these solutions. So yeah, I look forward to more conversations, and if you all have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. As you can see, we are a very diverse commission, obviously. Any questions for Roberto? Who's got the power? Yeah. So my storytelling is through pictures, as always, as a former educator. I live along the Front Range, about an hour from Denver. And sometimes I feel like what we grow the best is development. So, do you have, whoop. So what you see in front of you here, first of all, is we farm in the area that is connected with what's called the Highland Ditch Company, which serves about 35,000 acres. It's probably the largest ditch company in that area. And what you see here in front of you is a map, and all these little white spots are lakes. And those lakes are currently being filled thanks to 120% capacity in the St. Vrain River, which is what supplies Highland Ditch. This is the development that I'm talking about. I live just east of I-25, east of Meade, about a mile. And this, what you see, are pictures of what has just come up in the last year as a Home Depot distribution center. And what they do there is they design and put together packets for houses. And they bring them in on, they bring the product in on railroad, fill them up, and then take them back out. If you notice the oil roads, this is the first oil road I've had in 38 years. The interesting thing is when they put in this oil road, they stopped at 50 feet before my mailbox. Couldn't talk them into any further. But anyway, this is part of the development that we are seeing. This is the other side of the road. This is my side, and my house is not far from here. These fields are getting ready for barley planting, which if my husband had his way, he'd be out in the fields today. My husband was appointed as state executive director for Farm Service Agency. So not only does he service that role, he serves as a farmer. And thank goodness he came along with me this week to visit his offices around here, or he'd be out there trying to mud in some Coors barley. So, but this is what you see right across the road from Home Depot is what we're trying to do. And then down the road from us, about a half a mile, is another thing called FedEx. So as I said, sometimes our biggest competition is the construction that's going around us and everything that's going up and trying to move machinery down the road, that we all have faced that with development and whatnot going on. But these guys have gotten used to seeing these pictures that I'm sharing, and I'm just kind of showing you how they're growing. And this is my new oil road. You look straight into I-25. So the Highland Ditch that I'm talking about, this is the point of diversion is in Lyons, Colorado. And in, let me see, can I go backwards on this? Whoops. Oh, shoot. So I just messed up things. Can you go back? Okay, I guess what I forgot to send with you is during the 2013 flood, this point of diversion was totally taken out completely. And so this is the restructure of the point of diversion for the Highland Ditch Company. Now, when this happened, this was back in I want to say September, maybe October of 2013. And panic set in because we knew we only had a few months to get this built back the way you're seeing it right now. And the Army Corps engineers came in. The current water commissioner, John Stolp, came up within days and saw the issue. I'm sorry, I forgot to put in the picture of the destruction. But what is really nice is you're seeing the redevelopment of our point of diversion of the St. Vrain River for the Highland Ditch. And this has just been phenomenal. It's a very proud point for our superintendent. And this, like I said, serves over 35,000 acres. This is just a typical head gate that I'm sure you guys have all seen. I shared this picture with you because we relate a lot of things that's happened to us in the past, but if you notice how the color of the water, this picture was taken along a couple of our fields in 2021. And do you remember all the fires that we had? This is what the water looked like. This is how dirty how it came down with that smoky color, and showed the effect of what we were dealing with the fires, with the water that was coming in. What can I else tell you? Like I said, barley planting is really wanting. I think it's, if we can continue to stay dry, we'll be starting really soon for beer barley. Development is huge. Right along the Front Range, I can see North Glen going all the way to Cheyenne. We're getting things that I've never heard of before, Buc-ee's. And just different issues that are going on like that. Like I said, St. Vrain River, we are thrilled. 120% snowpack. We're currently filling lakes, which is way ahead of a year ago. We're about 2 lakes ahead of filling. So we're very short-term optimistic about that. And once again, like I said, you can see the real diversity of our commission, and it's just an honor to serve with all of these people and to meet all of you and to share our stories. Any questions for me? With that being said, I would like to turn this back over to Director Brown.
Thank you. So I moved my report to last because sometimes our board has a tendency to take up lots of time during our director's reports. And so I thought I would cede my time since you guys already heard a bunch about the Yampa. But the one thing I did want to hit on is, since you're here, and the question I've been getting most in the last 5 months is this normal? Because we have so much snow. So I did want to just talk about that for a few minutes. And the first picture here is a good friend of mine runs, it's hard to see. A good friend of mine runs Steamboat Powder Cats. And you can see where the shading every morning he gets up and he shades how many inches of snow has fallen the previous day. And so just looking at the shading, the first picture on the top left is December. And then the second picture next to it is January, February, and then where we're at in March right now. And the reason why I wanted to show you this is I think, we all look at the graphs of snow water equivalent and, where we are in the median, but this really shows an interesting take that we've been talking a lot about when we discuss the Yampa River and hydrology. And as you heard Andy Rossi chatting earlier today, soil moisture and just, how we are able to forecast what our water year could look like. And in this case, we've had a lot of research being done out of Scripps by a gentleman named Marty. And he has been doing this work and coined the term atmospheric rivers. And so, you guys are all hearing about those and what they are and how they're coming through. And so you're seeing these huge, atmospheric rivers that hit our basin in December and then in January that really just brought the accumulation of snow up an incredible amount. And right now we're at about 43 inches of snow water equivalent. And if our biggest months of precipitation are typically March and April. And so, looking out at the forecasts, I'm sure you all are doing that for tomorrow on your way home, but then also next week looks to be a doozy as well. So if we start to fill in March in the same way that we see up above, with some heavy snowfall, and then we see another year in April, or another good month in April, then we could match the record snow water equivalent, which was about, I think it's 76 inches of water in the snowpack by around May 11th. And so that was in 2011. And had I known that we were doing baby pictures, I would have shown you how very pregnant I was during the best ski season of my life. My child being born at the end of July. So I also missed the rafting season too, which was a bit of a bummer, but I got a pretty awesome kid out of it. So I'm not going to complain, but I always joke he's, of course now 11. And I joke with him now that like the last time we got this much snow, you were in my belly. But anyhow, if, that's the scenario we hope for. Obviously, for moisture, it's also daunting because during that same season, 2011, we had massive flooding throughout Steamboat. Yes, it's great for the soils when you have access to floodplain and you're able to really recharge that aquifer, but it's of course also a safety concern, and you deal with that, and houses get flooded, and there's all sorts of issues that come from that, as we all well know in Colorado. The second scenario is that we have a few more storms and then it stops, and we get a year like we've had before where the wind picks up and we get dust on snow and it warms up quickly, or it sort of ends up being a dud, right? And we just don't know. And that's the point. And I think, Becky spoke during her director's report, and sorry, Director Coombs, that we're talking about the Colorado Basin again. It's so irritating, right? But I think we all know at this point that one good year cannot save us. And that's the takeaway. Here we are in 2023 and we're having these conversations, and now we can all agree on that one good year does not take us out of the crisis that we are in. So while it's been good and people have enjoyed visiting our area and skiing, mud season is upon us, and we'll see how many people decide to live here after they experience this epic mud season that will will last for a little while. So anyway, I wanted to show you that since you're all here, and just note that you heard Andy earlier talk about the soil moisture sensing that we're doing, and we're really excited about that because it's going to give us this additional data point that's going to allow for our planning to just get better and better as things progress. I think I'm going to go ahead and leave it there. Besides, I did want to note one other thing, and nobody can see this, so don't bother looking. It's too small. But one thing we've noticed out of this year too is that the lower elevations in this season have been getting a lot more snow. So, on the valley floor, we're seeing a lot of snow. Those of you that are attending the dinner this evening will meet a good friend and rancher, Mike Camblin, out of the Maybell area. They're just getting nailed with snow in Maybell, which is not the norm out there. And so when we get that low elevation snowpack and it's high, that makes a massive difference for our runoff and how the season ends up. And so this was an example of looking at the elevations of our snow-tell sites, and the lower ones really getting these sort of important high levels, actually more so than our highest sites. So I wanted to note that, and I will close in what do I think ag will look like in 20 years. And tonight, super excited to show off our marketplace that the Community Agriculture Alliance in Northwest Colorado has worked so hard to build. We have a great local foods market. We have a lot of innovation in our valley too, of doing hydroponic grow of lettuce and greens and mushrooms in, the off months, and people getting really innovative with how they can produce food for this valley. And it's been a really interesting process to follow over time. And so, my message is, I think one of hope is that, we start to appreciate where our food comes from when we connect the dots of being in a crisis like the one we're in with climate change and drought, that people start to understand that, throwing dinner away and, ordering too much at a restaurant, or, not being creative with how you use the food in your refrigerator, like that has to stop. And so my message is hopefully that we learn to not be wasteful and appreciate the human and animal capital that goes into our food, so that we can continue to eat good food the way we want to eat it into the future, and be considerate of those that have much less than us all over the world. And I hope that in 20 years, we're more connected to our food source, and that you'll see a little bit of that tonight, even though it's on a very small scale. And I recognize that it's very expensive to eat like we'll eat tonight, locally, with very few hands touching the lamb and beef that comes to you, and the greens we're able to do. And kudos, to the awesome innovative work we're hearing about all over Colorado. So thanks for sharing all that. And with that, I will close my presentation and announce that we are having a much shorter break. So please just get done whatever you need to get done, within an appropriate time frame. We can be back here by 3 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started. And if you need a little extra time, feel free not to rush back if you've got things you need to take care of. So, yeah. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
This was awesome.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back from break. We are moving into the table topic discussion of our day today. And to begin, we will, I guess, we'll maybe take a minute and just describe the table topics are new to this board as of our September 2022 meeting. It was an idea that we had kind of noodled over as a board of how we could bring some topics to the board and have open discussion on issues that we're all passionate about or that we see happening across the state or across the West, but don't really fit into our agenda. And so we've done a number of these. The first one was on drought resiliency and different ways that folks in the Southwest and Rio Grande area and the, oh, Paul, what was the high altitude? Yeah. I know. It's been a long day.
Innovative agriculture.
Right, but what was the group that you brought in from?
Oh, the Land Institute.
Land Institute, thank you. Yes. The Land Institute came and spoke as well. And so, and we've done wildfire and kind of talked about a number of just different items associated with that. And so today we wanted to come up with something that we could do together with you all. And so during some of our planning conversations, we decided that that would be these, you know, what kind of joint actions we can take based on the water plan and the assistance that you all put in through Commissioner Greenberg in that plan. But first, because it's relevant to all of us, we're going to listen to a spring climate forecast from Kat. So thank you so much. And this is an informal process. So if you have questions or comments, you know, please just kind of shout out or raise your hand if you really feel like you need me to call on you, but otherwise feel free to just jump into the conversation. All right, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director Brown. So I'm going to just kick this off. I'm going to be doing the spring forecast, and then we'll turn it over pretty quickly to Russ to talk about ag actions in the water plan, and then we have a number of guest speakers. So we'll just jump right in, and I'll move quickly through this. Our spring conditions outlook. Kat Weissmuller for the record, CWCB staff, and thank you for having me here today. I'm going to present our annual spring climate outlook in my capacity as water supply planning's lead on climate conservation and drought. And I'll be reviewing the conditions over the last few years, then walking through current conditions and then touching on the outlook for spring. And I want to take a moment and pause to thank the Colorado Climate Center and NRCS, as well as Tracy Kosloff at Division of Water Resources, as they're all part of the Water Availability Task Force. The Water Availability Task Force meets monthly to monitor conditions in Colorado, and they do some really great work, just keeping us all apprised on what's happening on the ground. So thank you to that group. And here we go. Want to set the stage here with a quick look back at the drought severity time series going back to 2000. As you can see, we've been kind of bouncing through sustained drought. I think that someone said it earlier that it's one good year and a few bad years, and you can kind of see that in the record. Since 2018, we had a slight respite in 2019, but we've been seeing severe drought across the state. These conditions don't affect Colorado in isolation. They're having wider regional impacts, as we all know. This is a look at drought at the national scale, and I'd like to flash back a year here. This is March 8th of 2022 to compare where we were last March with where we are currently. Across the US, we're seeing that drought is easing slightly in recent months and shifted a little bit. So that's good news on a national scale. looking at Colorado, I want to do a couple year look back at about the same time when we do our spring update each year. So this first section you'll see is March 9th of 2021. As you can see, the entire state was in drought, in some places quite severe. 2022, those conditions had eased slightly, but still drought throughout the state. And as of March 9th, we're looking much better across the state. We see drought having eased in recent months and shifted a little bit. And that's great news as we go forward into the summer. Water year 2023 has so far tallied the coolest 4 months to start a water year since 2010 and the wettest since 2016, and has placed water year 2023 in the wet and cool quadrant on this graph, very close to 2019, which sets us up well going into spring. It's 2023 there. Over the last 52 weeks, this map indicates how the drought monitor classes have shifted statewide, and much of the state has seen a 1 to 3 class improvement in their drought classifications, in some cases even 4 class improvements across the state. Though that's not universal, there are scattered areas of slightly deepening drought, but generally speaking, we're seeing drought conditions across the state improve meaningfully. Of course, as you all know, soil moisture has been a major concern over the past few years. Because soil moisture deficits have led to reduced spring runoff. So of course, I wanted to touch on that as well. Here you can see that soil moisture going into the fall freeze in the mountains was better and remains better than it has been in years. In fact, as of February at the WATF meeting, we heard that we have the wettest antecedent soil conditions since 2014, which is great news. And this will positively impact spring runoff numbers, which have been hampered in recent years by soil moisture conditions. So with this in mind, I want to just run through a few key takeaways on current conditions quickly. Like I said, we've tallied the coolest 4-month start to the water year since 2010, the wettest start since 2016. February was on the cool side of normal for the 4th month in a row. The San Juans have had a lot of snow across the water year, and we've seen near normal or above normal statewide precipitation. Long-term conditions are still on the dry side of normal for eastern Colorado, and the southeast is still experiencing drought. We will need rains this spring, especially in the eastern plains. And we're really looking at what happens over the next 4 to 6 weeks to be crucial for our water supply this year. And with that, looking forward to the seasonal outlook. This 90-day drought outlook for the nation shows we're not completely out of the woods. Colorado looks to be fairly split, on the western slope having relatively average conditions, which is an improvement from past years, but drought is likely persisting on the eastern half of the state. March through May outlooks, our seasonal temperature outlook and our seasonal precipitation outlook are shown here. We're seeing increasing probabilities of higher than average temperature and lower than average precipitation across the southern half of the state. Much of the state is likely to experience fairly neutral conditions by spring. And then there's a high likelihood that we'll flip from La Nina conditions to El Nino by fall. And generally, with the exception of the northwest part of the state, El Nino is better all around for Colorado water resources. At least that's what we've seen in the past. And I'm lastly going to just touch quickly on wildland fire potential. As you can see across March, April, and May of 2023, the projections are showing relatively average wildland fire risk for Colorado. That doesn't mean that we are totally in the clear. And Kevin Hauk reminded me that we have been seeing dry conditions, particularly in the Arkansas Basin. And it will be important to, make sure that we're aware of that as we think about fire going forward. And with that, Kevin, I believe, is online, and I just want to open it up for him to weigh in a little bit on flood risk. And Kevin Hauk.
Thanks, Kat. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm remote.
We can hear you great, Kevin. Thank you.
Perfect.
Great photo, by the way.
Sorry, I'm in an RV right now. of scheduling during spring break, so I apologize for the background noise. I'm going to be very brief here. Just to what Kat said, and I'll start out by addressing what Director Brown said earlier, which is this going to be a dud year or is it not? And of course, we don't know that, and she is correct. But I would say that I'm pretty sure we're going to have a pretty good runoff year in terms of volume, especially up in the area where you guys are all gathering today, and in many other areas, especially on the western half of the state. It's always spring runoff. It's not just a function of the seasonal climate, but it can also be a function of the day-to-day weather when you consider whether spring runoff flooding is going to occur. And so that is very hard to predict a month or two in advance. And so it's hard to say if we're going to experience runoff flooding, but I think in terms of the overall volume, conditions look to be very good this year, and I expect those to hold. The one other thing I want to mention is that 2023 will be the 10-year anniversary of the 2013 flood, which happens to be the largest natural disaster that state of Colorado has ever experienced. And it just further shows the point that the biggest floods that we experience in the state typically are runoff influence. The one in 2013 even had a tropical element, which sometimes happens in the month of September. But often we see our biggest floods either around Memorial Day or even into July when we have more convective type storms. The 2013 flood resulted in about $3 billion worth of damage to the state and took many years to recover, but I think we have finally moved past that, and we are continue to be prepared for the next event as it happens. Because I know we're running behind, I want to stop there, but if anybody has any questions, I will remain available along with Kat. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us from the RV during your spring break. Completely unnecessary. I hope you're not driving. We get this little like bounciness and it sort of appears as though you might be driving down the road, but I know that you're not that type of person.
I am definitely not driving. I'm in the passenger seat, so sorry for the noise, but everything's safe.
Well, it looks like a wild ride. Are there any questions for Kevin or Kat? Okay, seeing none, go spring breaking.
I just wanted to add one quick plug for the Water Availability Task Force meeting in March 28th. That will include updates from Kevin's team, a number of members of Kevin's team. So it really covers wildfire, flood, and drought. So tune in. I'm sure we'll hear some hopefully good news. And with that, I'll turn it over to Russ.
Thank you. And the segue I would use is thanks again to Kat for her amazing work on the Colorado Water Plan, which we will move into with Russ. And so kudos to a job well done, Kat. Thank you again. All right, Russ, take it away.
Good to see everyone. Thanks for having me. Russ Sands, CWCB staff for the record. And I've talked, it's good to see the Ag Commission again. I think I was realizing it was about a year ago that we presented. It's nice to say the water plan's done now, so I will talk to you about it, but I'm really going to try to kind of speed through this because I'm really most interested for you to hear some of the folks behind me and some of the folks that are online that are going to present about specific projects. As we all know, it's the good work on the ground that gets done that really moves the water plan forward. But as a framework, we did launch the water plan thanks to CWCB board for approving that in January. I think you probably know and heard a little bit about our plans when we last presented to you, but we actually went to every county and had an outreach event there. And specific for ag, in addition to presenting to the Ag Commission, it was really on my mind a lot. We hear and was just very cognizant that our public outreach period was going to be in the growing season, and we'd have a lot of folks that were in the field. So we worked really diligently. Craig Peterson was a great help who you're going to hear from to just kind of helping us know what are the groups we could reach out to and make sure that we tried to get around to every group that would have us on the ag side, especially. So Nora Flynn on my team, big kudos to her. And then Carrie Sobieski as well from Wilson Water kind of did a bit of a tour of the state on the ag side specifically. The water plan really is looking out 10 years and sets the stage for kind of future collaboration. This round, we, learning lessons from the last plan and what worked better, just really tried to focus in on that acknowledgement of local control, realizing that a lot of our decisions are made at sometimes very hyper local levels, and that we needed to acknowledge that. So this kind of focus on shared responsibility was on our mind. And of course, at the state level, that also means just realizing, where our swim lanes are, but not feeling constrained by those and embracing our partners. And so huge thanks to the CDA staff and others at the state for just being great partners along the way. In the water plan, you'll see kind of each action that are kind of the agency actions have kind of denoted on there who's leading and who's supporting, and CDA is supporting us or leading on all the ag actions. So as we plan to draft this, one thing we really had to sit back with is, what is the water plan? And it is this kind of duality of understanding that in some ways it's this larger of life document that could be something to anyone, which is the beauty of it, right? You all take away what it means to you and where you want to focus. And we wanted to retain that and really maybe even lean in on that encouragement of inspiring local action. But we also realized on a more simple level, it is a strategy document for CWCB at the state. So we tried to really walk that balance in the plan. So you'll see this kind of 50-50 split of responsibility. So 50 partner actions. These are the examples of really, former Director Dutton used to say that the kind of project level examples, the boots on the ground examples of the kind of actions that we would fund, really using water plan grants. Remembering in 2015, when the first plan came out, we didn't have water plan grants. So still grateful for the legislature to continue helping us fund that, but creation of the water plan grants in 2017 really helped us make additional progress on water plans. So we framed a lot of the actions or the partner actions around how they tie back to, and in the handouts that you each have, you'll kind of see we called out specifically the robust agriculture section, but you'll see that framing of how we tied some of the language back to water plan grants in the plan. And then the agency actions that I already mentioned, these are the things that we are taking on and really recognizing what our role is and really having to again, live with that. We have largely a supportive role. Of course, we do a lot with our stakeholders around funding, of course, but we also try to take the lead and initiate research or develop tools that can, again, get into the hands of local stakeholders and help advance things. So just some context, we often talk about the water plan's not one thing, it's a series of things. That underpinning that technical analysis is really what you maybe might remember formerly called SWASI, or the Statewide Water Supply Initiative. We did that in 2019. That kind of technical underpinning, that data carried over into some of our original outreach. We kind of paused the process early on for a few reasons. One, we were working with the roundtables on updating the basin implementation plans, but then also kind of had a scoping phase where we said, what worked well for people? And where did people want things to go? What were their hopes for the water plan? So, the basin implementation plans ended at kind of got the final in January of 22. And then all of this kind of tracking as we were starting into the water plan process. So, the main pieces, Director Sakata has reminded me, I once said, because I thought somebody else said this, I thought that was clever, that if you only have 15 minutes, just read chapter 6, but Director Sakata says, no, read the whole thing. And I think that that's probably wise. But, the heart and soul of this really are driven by these actions and these visions for inspiring the future. So there's 4 interconnected action areas. Those are vibrant communities, robust agriculture, thriving watersheds, and resilient planning. Vibrant communities is where we really talk about municipal water use. Robust agriculture, all things food and fiber, ranching, our acequia communities, our tribal partners and great agricultural efforts there. Thriving watersheds, everything environment and rec, thinking about aquatic species, more and more forest health, and really leaned in on that in this plan. And then resilient planning is the space that we talk about, how we can be more inclusive, what are our challenges around climate adaptation specifically, but also what are the solutions, and recognizing that we're very connected and increasingly trying to drive that point home is that we're going to succeed together, and we need to create solutions that are going to uplift all of us in all these sectors equally. So it's really hard to think about one of these areas without the other. They're very very interdependent. You know, I think we heard a lot of great comments early on from Director Brown and then Director Dutton too about just some of our communities are very small communities. They're very ag-centric communities. Of course, that's true. We're really trying to build a water plan that works well for everybody and is big enough to house many actions that are going to happen both inside explicitly in the plan, but also outside of the, you know, specific lines that are written in the text. And it's there to kind of guide that larger process. So I talked about the visions. There are 4 visions, and I'll show you the slide for that. But that's really kind of trying to set that forecast. Where do we need to be by 2050? I think the governor likes to say, where do we want to be when we grow up? You know, what do we want the future of the state to look like? So those visionaries kind of craft a little bit of a blueprint for that. Inside the actions, I will note to that comment that each of these areas are really interconnected. There are many things that relate to agriculture that are maybe not explicitly in the ag section. So just a few of those, some of the climate impact research. There's some great tools that we've developed and are probably timely to update, such as the Future Avoided Cost Explorer tool, but that really looks at what are the impacts to what the economic impacts to some of these climate risks and natural disasters that we're seeing, and how does that help potentially shape decision making. In the vibrant community section, we talk about storage. That's of course very critical to ag as well. You know, in the and we probably summarize this best in the executive summary to the water plan, but we talk about, you know, just rough numbers and some initial analysis on paper, just paper water rates and paper, you know, what we can see that are out there in terms of the water rights that are at least being planned, and some of those are outdated, that we maybe could double the amount of storage in the state. That may not be exactly where we want to head, but either way, there's some room to lean in on what the true numbers are, what the options for storage are. And so there's an action there about leaning in on kind of some storage evaluation. We have an innovation challenge, and again, Greg Peterson Okawa is going to talk a little bit about what I think is really, you know, a partnership with us to help lead in those areas. Few people have ever accused the government of being innovative, so we recognize that to really lean in on that idea, we need partners to make it better and to really challenge us on how we can think more boldly. So one of those actions is to have an innovation challenge in each of the 4 areas of the water plan. Drought resilience toolkit, really thinking about some of the good work, honestly, that Chris Sturm has done, and that kind of ties in that last bullet there, but with wildfire ready watersheds to create a mapping tool of where we have susceptibility, in that case to wildfire, but moving that out and thinking about what does that look like in the rural and urban environment when we think about drought. So we are going to be building on that, and that I think has a great ag tie-in as well. Here's that vision I talked about. You have it all printed out in front of you. And since we're short on time, I'm not going to read it, but safe to say, you know, we hear a lot when we go around the state, and I bet many of you would echo this, that ag has a target on its back. And I think we feel that more keenly, especially with the conditions that we're, you know, that we've been living through, and that Kat just talked through. It's tough. It's been a tough few years. I think the future, you know, with the climate analysis we're doing, it's going to continue to be tough. We're going to need more water per square foot to put down. That means we need to stretch it as far as it can go. We need to be more efficient and effective with what we're doing. We need to think about whether that's the crop types or the soil health or anything we can do to kind of keep ag profitable and in business. So I won't belabor that, but please read. I think we put a lot of time into thinking, got a lot of good input around the state that helped inform all the visions in the water plan. Within that section, and really now just teeing up some of the speakers you're about to hear, but some of the areas, you know, there are 10 actions in each of the sections. There's an additional 10 actions that are really more focused on what CWCB explicitly is going to do more from a administrative perspective, things like this board having an annual operations plan, for example. But within the 10 actions in robust agriculture, I'll just kind of call out these really 5, this first bullet kind of covering 2, but you know, we're looking at how do we look at maybe evaluate more than just, you know, the transactional sale, but what are the additional things that we lose when ag leaves a community? You know, it's jobs, it's local farmers market, it's technical expertise, and really trying to help make some of those economic cases so that we can put that in the hands of local decision makers and help them hopefully have an inflection point to make a better choice to invest in more opportunities like alternative transfer methods, or now calling those collaborative water sharing agreements that can keep ag in production. Supporting soil health, there's action around that, and Cindy Lair is up next. I'm going to talk about that. Increasing peer-to-peer networks has been something that we hear a lot around the state, that just, and I think it's what you all have been doing. And what I hear, you had a lot of great conversations last night, but just being comfortable with the people that you know you can talk to and learning things from each other. How can we help and invest in that? And I think Greg Peterson will probably speak to that a little bit as well. And then expanding these collaborative water sharing agreements at scale and how we do that. And the one thing I will just say is, you're thinking about the water plan and your role in it. Some of these conversations that we have to have are hard. And I think I highlighted in our November presentation some of our own survey feedback that says how little government is trusted, and state government doesn't get let off the hook there any more than federal. We need our local partners and stakeholders to help advocate and have some of these conversations. It's, we do everything at the speed of trust, and that's a long process. And so we need each of you, as you go back to your communities, you're thinking about the water plan. I'm hopeful that you'll help us think about how you can help in your communities to advance those discussions or connect us to people that we can hope have a better conversation with. And with that, I will turn things over to CDA unless there are any questions for me.
Thank you, Russ. Are there any questions for Russ? All right. Thank you. Welcome, Cindy.
All right, good afternoon, directors and commissioners. I'm Cindy Lair, and I'm proud to serve the state of Colorado, working for the Department of Agriculture and the Conservation Services Division. And I want to make sure I'm getting this properly. And I wish I could talk to you for the rest of the afternoon about the soil health program. It's very exciting. I'm going to really restrict it to just a few minutes here and tell you about when Commissioner Greenberg came on. At the beginning of this administration, she said, what should we work on? And we both decided soil health was really important. Now, are we saying that we're going to tell everybody how to do soil health? No, but we're working very hard to try to find and to develop programming that helps producers where they are. And part of this started with an act. It was House Bill 1191 and 1181, I should say, and it culminated from a very diverse group, stakeholder group that of over 250 people that were giving information and talking about ways that we could help them in their own soil health journeys. And we figured out we're definitely not going to tell farmers how to farm. We are going to meet them where they are and find programming methodologies that help conservation districts and grower groups be able to deliver this type of work to make people successful and get past the barriers. And so in 2022, we had the first year of the Star Plus program, and it was launching 125 participants through 19 different conservation districts and grower groups. And Kristen, my colleague, is going to talk to you pretty soon here about 2023, the Climate Smart Commodities grant that we were able to get. But just to start with the soil health principles that we're going with, we're promoting practices that do something to affect soil armor, minimizing disturbance, increasing diversity, supporting a continual living root whenever possible, integration of livestock, and just the whole context of how all of these work together. And to be honest with you, when we talk about soil health in Colorado and the West, we really are talking about water and being more resilient and finding ways to do more with less water. And so STAR came about when we learned from other conservation districts in other states. It means saving tomorrow's ag resources. We have two versions of STAR. We have the regular STAR, which is an independent way that producers can self-assess themselves. And it's just like going to a restaurant or a hotel. It's got a rating of anywhere from 1 to 5 stars. And this has multiple field forms that are able to take into account just about every type of agriculture we have in the state of Colorado. And so you have these, you get 1 to 5 stars, and it's all based on those soil health principles that I showed in the last slide. Star Plus is actually a program that we're very proud of in the department, where we've taken a lot of money, and I have to thank the CWCB for giving us about 298, almost $300,000 to help with the Star Plus program. And we also were able to implement it with stimulus funding from the legislature to get these 19 conservation districts and eligible entities to be able to help deliver that locally. And it gives money capacity building to those entities that are delivering it, as well as anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 to the producers that are working with them on it at the local level. There's educational materials, there's technical assistance. We're working on developing markets as well, so that those producers can start layering economic benefits with the social benefits that they are providing as they are building their own soil in the manner that works for them. So I said earlier, it's all about water. It really is. Healthy soils are able to be more of a sponge to soak up water quicker, and it reduces runoff, it reduces erosion and evaporation, and also healthy soils keep the ground wet longer. And I have a great slide. I hope you can see it from your end. I borrowed this from Jimmy Emmons, who's a producer in Oklahoma. And he shows here, it's a 5.3 inch rainfall. And the picture on the right shows a conventional crop land area that does really none of the activities that we're talking about. The one on the left is no-till. They're using cover crops. They're planting grazing in that, and also management. So that 5.3 inch rainfall on the right, really, they were only able to infiltrate 0.6 inches in an hour. And on the left-hand side, they were able to pull in 6 inches in the hour. And so Jimmy, when his friends, his farmer friends, call him and say, "How much water did you get?" he says, "I got all of it because of this." And so, what it came down to is almost 144,000 gallons of water per acre were stored because of the way he's farming. And then his neighbor was 16,507 gallons of water per acre. So fixing that sponge is what we're trying to help producers do in whatever way it works for them, and helping with progress and helping them move down that road. There's no one size fits all, and we recognize that. So we have some materials out there for you, and some stickers. If you're interested in water, you got to be interested in soil. And so I want to pass it over to Kristen, my colleague, and she's going to talk to you about the great grant we just received last fall.
Thanks, Cindy. I'm Kristen Boyson, CDA's Drought and Climate Specialist. Thanks for having us up today. It's so great to see both boards here. So I'm going to talk about our expansion phase of the STAR program that Cindy just overviewed. This last fall, CDA was awarded $25 million from the Climate Smart Commodities Grant. We are one of only 2 state agencies to win this grant, and the only Department of Ag, so we're very proud of it. You'll have a handout in front of you that explains how we're going to expand this program, so I won't go into too much detail. We are really focused on expanding and bolstering our soil health program, not only expanding it across Colorado, but to other Western states and across the nation. We're going to stand up STAR National. We're going to develop markets so farmers and ranchers can get economic incentives for their healthy soil practices and the crops that they grow. We are also working with many partners, CSU, Crop and Soil Sciences Department, CSU Extension, the Agriculture Experiment Station are all going to be doing work with producers and on their own research fields to understand not only the carbon benefits of healthy soil practices, but also the water benefits, water retention, and soil moisture. We're going to be working with Colorado Open Lands and the Sangre de Cristo Acequia Association, as well as NCAT, which stands for National Center for Appropriate Technology, to do peer-to-peer learning between our farmers who are doing soil health practices. So folks have the best suite of information, and so they can decide the best practices for their own land. I should say all of these things are some of the agency actions in the water plan. So we're very well aligned with CWCB and all that great work. Next slide. So our grant has a ton of outcomes. It's a 4-year grant. We're very excited about it. By the end of it, by 2027, we'll have distributed $5.8 million in incentive payments straight to our producers in Colorado. 56,000 acres will be under healthy soil management as part of the STAR Plus program in Colorado, plus more nationwide. That'll lead to more than 25,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent sequestered in our soils, which is like taking 6,000 cars off the road. We also will have improved understanding and outcomes of these soil health benefits, so we can really laud our producers who are really doing the great work on the ground and hopefully give them more incentives, both economic and technical and emotional, for doing the important work that they're doing. We're also working with local partners, our conservation districts, other eligible entities, like some of the folks you're going to hear from next, and giving them capacity grants so they can really be the technical support on the ground, so that farmers and ranchers can go to their neighbor and ask for any advice versus coming either to the Front Range or other offices that they might not know as well. Great. So beyond soil health, CDA is doing a lot of other things focused on water, of course, and I'm the drought specialist, so I spend all of my time thinking about drought. I'm very popular. The best joke I heard is I told someone I was the new drought specialist, and they're like, do we really need a specialist in that? I thought we already knew how to do drought. True. So one of the things that we're about to publish next month is this Natural and Working Land Strategic Plan. And like the water plan and like what you all are doing here today, it's a very cross-agency collaborative plan. We worked closely with our friends at DNR, CWCB, the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, and the State Forest Service to outline the priorities for the state to make our natural and working lands, our forests, our rangeland, our cropland, our riparian areas, our wetlands, climate smart, resilient, and healthy for both human and ecological communities. Of course, to be climate smart, you also have to be water smart. So we have integrated everything from the water plan into our natural and working lands plan. Commissioner Greenberg mentioned earlier, we have 2 very exciting new positions that were just passed through the Joint Budget Committee, and we hope the legislature will fund. First is a water policy advisor, which will work closely with me as the second employee in part of the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office, which I'm the first employee. And also a marketing and outreach specialist to really think about how can we get the supply chain strong for our producers who are doing soil health practices, regenerative ag, all this great innovative work that we heard from earlier today. Great, so I think that's all I got. And should I, Director Brown, should I open it for questions or keep moving?
Are there questions?
Open for questions. And Cindy too.
Oh, please go ahead, Director Priscus.
Yeah, Commissioner Poskett, I have one dumb question.
Great.
So if a rancher is already growing perennial grasses, is there anything left for them to do?
Certainly, and it's a stepwise process. Lots of things people can do. Perennial grasses and keeping that deep root is obviously very important. But there's always learning to be done, and I think they would realize like there's ways to change their operation to improve soils and importantly maintain their operation so that it isn't converted into a more intense land use type. Anything to add to that, Cindy?
Yes, as you know, ranches are very different than cropland systems. And so we tried at first to go about it the same way, but realized we needed to do something different for that rangeland side. And we're looking more at how a producer is planning and doing drought planning, monitoring, following their plans, and reducing numbers, changing their grazing practices when they're suffering from drought and things like that. And so it's more about the different types of plans that they need to have in place and be functioning with, as well as being able to have the monitoring and it is taking into account the whole system, whereas the STAR program itself on croplands is more of one field. We're just asking producers to change some things in one field and try that out. So they're kind of different.
Correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is adaptive management as opposed to other more interventional behaviors.
That's right. What,
Thank,
and a great segue to our next presenter. I think Retta and Tori are on the line to talk about their very excellent and very popular drought advising program.
Yes, I am here and thank you all for having me today. My name is Retta Brugger and I'm the Regional Specialist in Range Management for CSU Extension. I'm based out of Grand Junction, Colorado, and I serve the Western Slope in my job. And historically, range management, we focus on rangeland, we focus on perennial grasses that are unirrigated. So I do not have a background in water, but because of my work in rangelands, it really led me into creating some drought resources for producers in Colorado. And this work has expanded over the past couple of years beyond just rangeland. So I want to make sure before I go on that I thank my organizations that work with me on this and a host of other individuals who have helped with this process, and I'll talk in the products that we've developed. So I'll talk about them more, but this really is a partnership. I represent Colorado State University Extension, but currently we're supported by CWCB funding that goes through Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, and is our partner there, Tori Kaufman, administers a program we call the Drought Plan Program through Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. And you can see our other partners here. We've also received funding from the CDA, so thanks to the CDA as well. And then, am I in control of my slides? Or are you going to? Thank you. Okay, great. So what we are is, well, we call ourselves drought advisors, which I may have had that idea initially, but now I feel like it's kind of a questionable name, but nonetheless, that's our name. And we started really in response to the 2020 drought back in 2020. I had done some programming on the Western Slope prior to 2020 and 2018 with a local rancher here, Janie Van Winkle, and we'd hosted some workshops in the region, and I'd hosted some other workshops more broadly on drought planning and drought response. And through that work, I think is the reason I was asked to be on the Ag Impact Task Force that was convened by the CDA in 2020. And through my participation in that task force, I really started talking to Harrison Topp, who is a farmer here on the Western Slope, as well as the former membership director for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. And as we all know, the pandemic also hit in 2020. So Harrison and I started talking about ways that, well, kind of the tools that we did not have that year because we could not convene to support producers in dealing with drought, both from, a technical resource perspective, but also from just a pure perspective of being able to gather and know that you're not alone going through drought. So Harrison and I thought of some different ideas, and one of them was to shrink this, what previously had been a drought workshop, to a one-on-one or small group interaction. And that's really where we started. Today, I think that, well, I call us a network of professionals, you can see up there on the slide, committed to improving access to technical resources for drought preparation and response among Colorado producers. And what that means and how it's manifested is our network of folks throughout the state. We have people who work with us who represent many different agencies. CSU Extension is heavily drawn upon, but we have folks we work with from Holyoke, Colorado, all the way to Montezuma County, Colorado, and Craig to Rocky Ford. So our goal with the network is really what I think Russ spoke to earlier, is that people approach people they already know for technical advice and to bounce ideas off of those people. And so we wanted to have people statewide who might be equipped to talk about drought and have resources to help build drought plans with producers if they were approached. And then if we go to the next slide, I'll talk about some of the maybe more tangible resources that we've created. Thank you. So over the past, let's see here, 18 months or so, we have put in the work to create the resources you see on these screens. I'll talk about each of them briefly and then talk about our impacts. And a lot of this was made possible through a grant from CDA that came to CSU Extension. So I really appreciate that support from CDA. We are able to put together what we called the Drought Leadership Training last year, which was a series of 4 webinars and then 2 in-person workshops, 1 in Grand Junction, 1 in Brush, that covered different aspects of drought planning. I can go into more detail, but basically it was things like applying forecast and drought planning, risk management from a business perspective, crops and then livestock. And then we also covered stress management and drought planning. Those were covered in person. We've also created a drought handbook. All of this is available at droughtadvisors.org, which is our website. The handbook is really adapted from a resource developed by the National Drought Mitigation Center at the University of Nebraska. It's a handbook for creating a drought plan for an operation. And it's kind of step-by-step. There's worksheets, and then there's also technical sections that cover different technical information you might want for depending on your operation type. And we adapted that for Colorado Ag. The Nebraska resource was really just focused on range management and ranching. So we broadened it. We have this new drought website, which again, you see here, droughtadvisors.org. All of this is there. So we have all of the webinars that we've done associated with the drought leadership training and beyond. We have them in the searchable table, yay. And then we also have an annotated table of all the CSU extension fact sheets that relate to drought management. You can search that based on theme. And then finally, we're in the midst of doing what we call the Drought Plan Program, which again is administered by Tori Kaufman at RMFU. And this is a program, this was funded by the CWCB. So thank you very much to the CWCB for that. And what we're looking to do over the next 2 years is to help 40 producers or provide the technical expertise and resources for 40 producers to develop drought plans for their operation. In the first year of the program, which we launched in December, we received 40 applications, and we're working with 18 producers right now to develop drought plans. If producers do complete the drought plan, they get a $1,500 payment, which is, or up to $1,500, which is far smaller than what you would need to complete some of the infrastructure associated with really being drought adapted, potentially, depending on what kind of operations you have. But I think for us, what we're really trying to do is catalyze action and activate people, get them to prioritize and really think about what would help them be more effective in drought response and drought preparation. So if we go to the next slide, I will wrap up soon, but you can see some of the impact we've had, or at least the reach we've had in the past 18 months. We've had about 800 live attendees or views on our webinars for the drought leadership training. We have 344 page views on our handbook. And again, we're pretty much at capacity for the drought plan program for this year, and we will open it up again in the winter of this year for doing more drought plans next spring. And then in addition to all these other things, we've presented at many agricultural events throughout the state and the western region of the state over the course of 18 months. I think I personally have done probably about 20 at various events, and then some other people have done some as well, reaching an estimated 1,000 people, or just over 1,000. So if we go to the second to last slide, in terms of our impact and future plans, I think there's demand for, or future demand, or current demand for the type of work we're doing. We surveyed people who attended the drought leadership training, and 100% said that they felt better prepared to plan and adapt to drought, and 100% responded that there was continued demand for the type of training we did. And then I think one thing that has resulted as well for me personally is just improved coordination and skill building and knowledge building among, I guess you could call us ag adjacent technical service professionals. I do think if we are better coordinated and actually know each other, and we are more able to streamline the process for agricultural producers we work with, so that they can access the resources they need to potentially make the changes that they may identify as part of a drought plan. So next slide. Again, I just want to really thank the CWCB for your support in this work, as well as the CDA, and acknowledge my colleagues from across the state who have really contributed in various ways to the reality of our network and group. With that, I can take questions if there's time, or otherwise I'll pass it on to Greg.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, Greg. If you're on. Oh, you're here in person. Hello. Surprise.
I think you have my presentation. All right, great. Well, thank you for letting me take a bit of your time, everyone. I'm Greg Peterson. I'm the director of the Colorado Ag Water Alliance, or CAWA. And just wanted to update you all about a project that the Water Conservation Board funded last September and where we're going with that and what's happening. So we're calling this the Drought Project, Drought Resilience Project, Innovation Drought Project, droughts in the name no matter what you say. And where this came from was a couple of people, including a partner of ours, Aaron Derwingson with the Nature Conservancy, but a number of growers on the western slope of, we don't have a source of funding to go to if it's flexible, that can fund small projects, that is easy for a producer to manage, and it's maybe for ideas that aren't quite proven. Often it can take years to get funding through a lot of programs, whether federal, shorter through state programs, but that we needed a source of funding to really encourage those ideas that are out there. And we were approached to really be the one going out and trying to drum up projects and get people involved in that. And what we're calling the Drought Resilience Project. And we have a lot of partners involved in this. And all of these organizations, they've been contributing time, money. I put the Nature Conservancy there because originally we were given $200,000 by the CWCB to fund 10 to 20 projects throughout the state. We had so many good proposals. We ended up funding about a bit over 32 projects, and Aaron was able to pull in an extra $175,000. So we almost had $400,000 that we were able to pull in for projects for just this year. And again, these projects, we just asked, bring us your idea that's going to keep you profitable in times of drought. And we encouraged people to talk with us about their ideas. We wrote, myself and one of my colleagues wrote half the applications, helped them with budgets, helped them just put together a good proposal. And this is anywhere from livestock management, alternative crops, irrigation management, soil health practices. And all of these projects, we're working with technical advisors. A lot of them are split field studies. We want to come away with every one of these with data on profitability, water use, water conservation, so that we can scale these up. And so this is, you can go on our website, and this is a map where this will be the hub of all of our projects that we have for now and the future. And you can go through, click on each project, look at a summary, and we're pretty excited. We're getting these kicked off right now. Already expenses are being made, and we've got quite a few. I'm just going to touch on, just to give you an idea, if you can really dig into them here. But we've got a lot of alternative crop projects, which is pretty exciting. And alternative crops is not easy to do. They can grow it, but you need a market, you need a distributor. And all of these ones that we awarded funding to, they either have their own distributing ability, processing ability, or they've been working on building those markets. And for example, like that's sainfoin, a perennial legume. And this is a project that we're helping work with out in the Ute Mountain Farm and Ranch down there, and also looking at Kernza. But then also we've got a lot of efficiency projects, and we're not funding your traditional efficiency. Sprinklers, gated pipe, lining ditches, reservoirs. We had over $20 million in asks for projects like that. And every one of them I talked to, and I was like, and it talked about the alternative sources, but often those alternative sources are either cumbersome or a mismatch for their project, or they've been waiting in line for years. So there's still a real need for that. But instead, we're trying to focus on these other efficiency projects, like for example, in San Luis Valley, these Valley Insight cameras that they're using on irrigation sprinklers, just so they can see if they can turn off that last irrigation earlier on barley, is a project that we're looking at. Got a lot of hay forage projects, whether it's different switching from alfalfa to perennials, different kinds of grasses. This is a project in Meeker where over this year and next year, they're literally going to be tearing up that field. They're going to be cultivating it, cultipacking it, putting in a transition crop, and then next year planting in a new crop, a new grass on that field. So looking forward to that one. And then also a lot of livestock practices. For example, we've got a farmer in Eaton who raises stocker cattle, so former dairy cows, and is going to be comparing the finishing weights of one group of cattle that are just going to be grazing on normal corn grain and another group that are going to be grazing on a cover crop. And we know one of those is going to use less water. It's just really is economically, is this going to be a good choice for him? And so that's going to be really exciting to look at. And also just a lot of soil health projects similar to what they're doing with the STAR program. And we're just, again, trying to collect data out there related to whether it's using biochar, residue management, different kinds of stubble heights, and coming away from that to show, is there an economic and a water benefit to doing these practices? And so we're not going to stop there. What's been really exciting is, as we've been talking about these projects with other producers this winter, I already have 20 new projects. I have producers coming to me with their ideas, whether it's the rye resurgence project or there's an alternative crop project we're working on in Grand Valley, talking with the dairy farmers about alternative forages that still produce, have good yields on milk for their cattle. Working on a big project with Colorado Corn, and just when we can do some deficit irrigation that doesn't impact yield significantly. And I'm going around politely harassing all the roundtables for funding, and we're going to put together so we can do this again in 2024 to scale up some of our current projects, but also about 20 to 30 new projects. And we're looking at just like a $1.2 million budget to do that. And I think that's definitely doable. And we're already meeting with producers around the state, talking about budget ideas, talking about their projects, really getting in experts to vet these projects and make sure that we can have projects that we can verify that really have a good impact. But my real goal is I want to do this in 2024, 2025, and 2026. And we're hitting up all the federal sources. Whether looking at IRA funding through the NRCS, going to be looking at the specialty crop block grant a lot next year, RCPP, Water Smart, system conservation. And so that really, I mean, if a lot of these projects are showing good data and good evidence, the last thing I want to tell them is, well, great, let's wait a year or two so we can apply for a grant. I want to keep laying the track in front of them so we can continue to scale these projects up and really have a great impact. And I want to just touch, I've got a minute left, so I'm going to use it. That last topic, system conservation, I'm sure that easy topic to talk about, and you haven't talked about it enough, is I think we have a really good opportunity here. And I'm not being subtle when I say those of us in the ag community aren't exactly enthusiastic about system conservation. But I think like I said, we have a really great opportunity here, and you're going to be looking over those applications. 8 of those are projects that we put together with down in the Dolores that fit this program. And I'll tell you the same thing I told the Dolores Water Conservancy District Board, who aren't particularly all fans of system conservation either, is that we have a program here we're not excited about, but it can help us really meet some of our long-term goals in agriculture and our long-term goals for actually improving the system in terms of water use. And I just wanted to talk about those, is that, I mean, we're already funding a few of these similar projects through our own program. We had more farmers who were interested, and we said, why not take a look at system conservation? The first 8 farmers we called all said yes. We would have called more, but we weren't certain about the program itself and whether or not it was going to happen. I mean, and really the question is, I mean, it's going to be a crop switching that they're all doing. And what we're really going to be monitoring outside of soil health and just yields is, are they going to be more profitable doing this? We know that's going to save water. And if they're more profitable doing this, they're going to do it again. And you're not going to have to pay them to do it. And that there are a lot of opportunities throughout the Western Slope for this, whether it's like the projects that you have Paul and his neighbors doing up there, whether you need to fallow for a year to really transition a crop, or you need to change your irrigation system or land level or contours. We can really use this program to put some real systemic change for our systems that we need. And so that's definitely an opportunity that we're looking at, and just wanted to keep people in mind of that we can be really creative with those funding sources that are out there. So that was quite a bit. Do I have any questions?
Director Combs. Oh my gosh. Sorry, which is it? Combs. I got it.
Thank you. Greg, thank you. You know, it's interesting when you try to do these massive amount of projects and this shotgun effect, you have to be very careful that just not everything sticks to the wall. And I have to tell you, you're doing an excellent job. I just want to say that publicly, you are doing a really good job. Of all the programs I've seen, we're seeing success, and it's exciting people to think creatively. So I would encourage you to pursue and keep building the partnerships, because you are doing a good job there with all of this.
So thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that.
Greg, thank you so much for your presentation and partnership with CDA. Really excited about your work. I know you and our team work closely together, but curious how, as we build STAR and you build your programs and learnings in the field, what should we be keeping in mind to make sure that we are building synergistically, we're building together as we grow our various work?
Just chatting with Cindy about that, and I think she's going to bug me more about that later. Too, is I think really just trying to identify what are these practices that we can scale up into the future, whether that means, is that an RCPP project? Is that just going for water grant plan funding? And really trying to hone in on the work that you're all doing and the work that we're doing, and what here is profitable and is going to help us in these dry times.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could add to that, Commissioner Greenberg, I think that, when we're looking at making changes to crop types, for a lot of this, if they're historically irrigated perennials that are into this sod-bound condition, I've been on this quest for like the last 2 or 3 years to find the best management practice associated with the transition. And it's certainly doable, but it's doable in the lens of go to the extreme with chemical treatment, tillage, otherwise. So I would encourage CDA think through that with STAR Plus as a lot of these projects are happening, because really ultimately getting to the best way to transition is going to be very important for these projects to take off. And since I was talking to, I just really want to also, Greg, your work with this is incredible. I think it's been inspiring to the ag community. I think that coming from the bottom up, the way that it has, to hear about $20 million in efficiency projects that you said no to, trying to steer other directions, in talking about budgets through 2026 with 20 projects to fund next year, and we're not even there yet. I think that this is the kind of stuff that we can be doing in our state to help agriculture and tie back to robust agriculture in the water plan, and having it come from the producer level about things that can really work for them. So I am super excited about it. And thanks also to CWCB staff, Nora and Russ, for participating in some of these early conversations to get this rolling. But great job, Greg, and thanks to Kawa.
Thank you, Paul. All right. Well, thank you everybody
Greg.
for your time. Oh,
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in person.
Mhm.
We will move forward to our last speaker. Todd, I'm assuming is online.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate it. It's a great honor to be able to talk here. I listened in on the September table topics and think this is a great program, and I'm just honored to be able to give you an overview of some kind of collaborative water sharing agreements that are going on or hopefully will be kicking off real soon. And so I know you're behind schedule, so I'll try to zoom through these as quick as I can. So if you can move on to the next slide, please. So the Colorado Water Plan has highlighted collaborative water sharing agreements, really kind of looked at redefining those as being not only the traditional, what we with the state had as ATMs or alternative water transfers, which were alternatives to the buy and dry activities, especially in the Front Range. But now they're really being, and the water plan has opened that up to not only include that kind of agriculture to municipal type of transfers to be able to help mitigate the negative impacts of buy and dry, but also to include other opportunities, other sectors that might benefit. And so I'm going to try to hit on 3 of those that are at least creative in their scope and their purpose. So going to the next slide will be the first one, which is Director Combs, you're a part of. And we basically have this project that the Water Conservation Board has helped fund. Also, we got a Reclamation Water Smart grant to help, along with some local contributors with this Rio Grande subdistricts, the water district down there, as well as some nonprofits such as Colorado Open Lands and the Rio Grande Land Trust. And so really what we're trying to do is create a water market to be able to help with sustainability, also replacement of 16,000 acre feet of annual stream depletions, and really looking at, while doing that, hoping to benefit the overall watershed, wildlife habitat, and stream flows if those opportunities can exist. Really looking at providing more flexible water use options within the basin. The Rio Grande has been doing some excellent work to date, and what we're hoping to do through this project is just create new tools, a new platform, a water trading platform to be able to help connect potential lessors with lessees within, also maybe between sub-districts. Right now, typically the water is traded within the sub-districts, and this, we're looking at options to really be basin-wide. Maybe longer term, there's certain tools, forbearance agreements and such that are great and have been very helpful, but we're hoping to be able to provide maybe some longer term types of tools. Some real creative work has been done down there, like for instance, conservation easements on groundwater rights, being led with Colorado Open Lands, really kind of cutting edge type of work there. So anyway, this is, I think it's just a really good example of, and I think all of these three projects that I'll go through is really trying to get the most out of every single drop of water possible, because obviously we're in these times where you know, the supply is only if anything, it's staying the same or likely getting lower, and having to do more with it. So move on to the next project, which is a project that this board will consider tomorrow and under a water plan grant. American Whitewater, nonprofit here in Colorado, and seeks to identify really high priority reaches. It's really on a statewide basis, really how to address critical reaches of water for recreation. Part of this project will be to identify a process for actually quantifying those recreational water needs of future statewide, and identify CWSAs that will improve water supply reliability for these recreational uses through partnerships with other sectors, not necessarily only with agriculture, but maybe M&I, storage, you name it, really looking for those win-win opportunities where there's some supply that we might be able to look at retiming or other types of operations that can help recreation. I think the voluntary flow management program on the Upper Arkansas River is really kind of the poster child of, you know, what this might look like on these type of CWSAs for recreation. Now, some of them may be a lot smaller scale than that, but that's kind of will give you all idea of really the objectives of what we're trying to do here. All this will be using existing analysis and data, no new studies on that. And really the focus will be on looking at collaborative water sharing projects that really have a direct benefit on those local communities. So lastly, the next project is also a CWCB supported project, which is this idea that we call buy, protect, and sell. The water plan has identified water sharing agreements and really the cost of development and implementation is a big barrier. It's oftentimes a lot easier for these municipalities to go out and just buy that water, right? We've seen that, we're seeing that currently, we've seen it in the past. And really, how can we get out there and try to improve the economics of these water sharing agreements? So Western Water Partnerships is partnered with Colorado Open Lands. We're starting to develop an innovative approach to be able to conserve irrigated farmlands and facilitate CWSAs with municipal water providers. So really how this is possible is back in 2021, not that long ago, the Colorado's Conservation Easement Tax Credit Program has been increased to 90% of the conservation easement value from the previous past years, which was only 50% of that conservation easement tax value and tax credit value. And really we're seeing this as a potential game changer in being able to make the economics work. So basically, with that combined with the purchase, a municipal purchase of this CWSA water, or ATM water, plus combining it with some grant funds, be it philanthropic, state, maybe federal grants, and then also resell this irrigated land that's been encumbered with a CWSA and with the conservation easement to resell that to just say a young farmer at a reduced price. So the next slide and the last slide will basically show kind of a flow chart of this concept that we're developing. And we're just putting it as Weld County. It's the Front Range is really where this is probably the most likely to produce really great results because of the high development value within the Front Range. And so we'll say Weld County, that just for instance, there's a farm that's selling for $3 million, irrigated farm. We have a conservation buyer that could be a nonprofit, could be a philanthropic investor, basically could hold that, buy that farm, and then you start the protection of this, where you put the conservation easement on, you'll be able to get some funds through that, or combine it with other funds like through Great Outdoor Colorado. And basically that's helping with the economic. You get the funds from the collaborative water sharing agreement to be leveraged, then maybe some grant funds. And really what we're seeing is, and this is right now something that's really just in kind of concept level, but we hope to be able to pilot it, but then be able to sell that land, that irrigated farm. Yes, it's encumbered. Maybe there's only 70% of the irrigated water, but you could be able to sell it for in this instance, it would be $500,000. Again, all these are very conceptual. We hope to prove this point with having a pilot within about a year's time, but real interesting type of approaches to help conserve irrigated agriculture in a really quite expensive area such as the Colorado Front Range. So know you guys are really tight on schedule, but that's kind of gives you an overview of 3 projects that at least I'm a part of and real excited about.
Thank you so much, Todd. We appreciate that overview, and we were late in coming into this agenda item, so it's certainly not your fault. Thank you for being patient with us. Are there any final questions for Todd or any of our other speakers? So the agenda, this, as we discussed when we opened up the table topic, we wanted to give everyone an overview of the forecasts of where we sit. It's a great opportunity having our boards together to do that. So thanks again, Kat, for that, and Kevin in the RV. And then the ag actions, those are great examples. Russ always does a really nice job of pulling people in from all over the state to exemplify, you know, where we're headed with the future of agriculture. You know, I'd like to open it up. We are obviously running behind and we have a pretty robust rest of our day, but I don't want to cut this important meeting short. So I would like to open up the floor for any discussion on things you heard today that you'd like to know more about, or suggestions you have to implement some of these actions, or questions, or anything we have going on. This is our time together, so I want to be respectful of that. Go ahead.
Are we going to be able to access all of this online?
Yes.
Good. So we can pick all the resources that we need out of that. Thank you.
Of course. Anybody else? Anyone online? Well, just thanks again to those of you that traveled and for joining us virtually. I know we hit up against some spring breaks too, and just really appreciate your time today. So we've come to the time of day where we go into executive session, and our ag commissioners, you all are more than welcome to stay as we are in executive session to come back in. However, the only other agenda item we will work with is agenda item 12.
Madam Chair, I do believe we have a report from the Attorney General first before we go into.
I'll be
No, I'm just
super,
kind of
I'll be
explaining the
super quick.
afternoon.
Yep,
No,
I'll be super
we're
quick.
good.
No, super
Okay,
quick.
let me just,
So go ahead.
okay, so I just want to give everybody a lay of the land, and then we'll actually go to the agenda item in just a sec. So anyway, I wanted to just let everybody know that after we move into the executive session, you're welcome to stick around and come back in for agenda item 12. Otherwise, we will see you at dinner, and we do not expect you to stay for that item at all. Thank you. And sorry to cut you off, Bill. I just wanted to make sure our guests knew how the rest of the day was going to go, and you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for that, and really appreciate a few minutes. I just wanted to mention we have litigation happening on two important fronts prior before our next meeting. First, at the U.S. Supreme Court next week in a case that involves what the New Republic spotlighted as the law of the river, and whether or not under the Supreme Court's exclusive jurisdiction under Arizona v. California, there can be what we view as a collateral attack on water allocation. We have pushed that point that no, the Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction and no collateral attacks are allowed. That'll be heard next week. And then in early May, the Colorado Supreme Court will hear the case now known as Hill versus Colorado, formerly known as Hill v. Warsaw, and that's involving who gets to decide a river access question, the political branches or the judiciary. And so that's something that is teed up for decision as well. We will keep you apprised as both those matters and other matters proceed, including a Supreme Court case we expect to be decided later this spring around the Clean Water Act. We've been very involved in that work as well. Because of timing, I'm going to close our report here and let us move on to executive session.
Are there any questions for Attorney General Weiser? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and switch the tapes. No, we need a motion, sorry. Thank you. I'll get this right. Never, apparently. This is the last time I had the opportunity to do it correctly. Go ahead, Director Brody.
Thank you. Our next step is to take a vote to go into executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda item 10A. This executive session is authorized pursuant to sections 24-6-402, 3A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Thank you, and we're now ready for a motion.
Okay, there we go. Director Brody.
I would like to move that I'd like to motion that we move into executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes as cited.
Second. Thank you, Director Felt. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
Amy, you have the floor, and we are trying to move through this as succinctly and efficiently as possible.
Great, Madam Chair, thank you so much. And I would just want to start by saying I apologize I'm not there in person. As you can probably tell from my voice, I've been battling a virus and I didn't want to share that with you. So I've been popping the cough drops, so I'm going to try to get through this without a coughing fit. So for the record, Amy Ostick, I'm here for agenda item number 12, System Conservation Pilot Program. I'm going to try to get through this quickly. If you go to the next slide, please. You know, I'm not going to cover everything here, but I know there are some new board members and just wanted to provide the context that the System Conservation Pilot Program is part of the Upper Division State's 5-point plan that was developed in response to Reclamation's call for conservation of 2 to 4 million acre feet of water in the Colorado River Basin. This calls for temporary voluntary compensated reductions in upper basin consumptive use to mitigate the impacts of drought in the upper basin. It's federally funded, similar to demand management, but it does not have the same monitoring and shepherding, the tracking requirements that demand management would. Importantly, this is a program that is implemented by the Upper Colorado River Commission pursuant to a funding agreement between Reclamation and the UCRC. And that agreement establishes the criteria that the UCRC should use in determining which projects to move forward. So it's important to understand that ultimately it's the commission, the Upper Colorado River Commission, that ultimately makes the final decisions with respect to which proposals move forward. Next slide, please. So again, I won't go over all of this. I just want to highlight, you know, I know it's been kind of a time crunch. We sought and received an extension of the deadline to March 1st for applications, which was great. I think it meant we got more applications than we otherwise would have. We got a lot. But with some of the projects potentially starting in March and early April, that means we needed to review these very quickly. So we've been hard at work, Upper Division State staff, and a shout out to Michelle Garrison, who's been spending hours and hours of time on this, our consultants, just reviewing these applications in the last several days, really to look at whether they meet kind of the criteria set out by UCRC based on a preliminary analysis. So, you know, we're still working through them. I want to be clear about that. There's still work to be done and, you know, some back and forth with the project proponents. So that is all pending, you know, final decision by UCRC, which will happen in the coming days or weeks. But I want to zoom in on why we're here with you today and what the role of the board is in this process. So pursuant to state statute highlighted here, you know, water rights are provided some protection if they're not used in a given year from abandonment and in change cases, if they're participating in a state approved conservation program. So next slide, please. So really the decision before the board today is whether the any proposals that are ultimately approved by the Upper Colorado River Commission receive that protection under state law that this board can provide. And I also want to note here that the Colorado River Water Conservation District and Southwestern Water Conservation District and other districts have similar authorities under these statutes, and they have been invited to provide the same level of approval as this board would be providing under those statutes. Next slide, please. I just wanted to quickly, I won't go over all of this. It's available on the UCRC's website. It's available in the funding agreement, which is all on the UCRC SCPP dedicated website. But I just wanted to give you a high-level overview of the criteria that the UCRC will be using in determining which projects will be ultimately approved. So here are the criteria, you know, a recent history of consumptive use of Colorado River water. Will this project actually conserve water in the Colorado River Basin is kind of what the focus is. Will it mitigate the impacts of drought in the upper basin? And of course, projects that engage in speculation and profiteering will not be selected. I know I just blew through a lot of criteria. There's a lot there, but again, this all is available on the UCRC's website if you want to take a closer look. Next slide, please. So in Colorado, we received a number of proposals, based on a preliminary review. There are 22 that look like they meet the UCRC criteria based on, again, a preliminary review. I do want to emphasize that, we were receiving applications up until March 1st. So, we're continuing to work through all of them, continuing to have some back and forth with proponents, but this is what we have today. We've included more information in the board packet about these particular projects, or these proposals rather, that you can take a look at, and happy to answer any questions you might have about that. Next slide, please. But again, I just kind of want to highlight that the question really is about, at a programmatic level, does this board deem this a state conservation program that would receive the protections that I just went over under Colorado state law? So I also just wanted to let you know kind of what to expect after today. After the board here discusses this and determines whether or not to offer that approval, it'll then go to the UCRC for ultimate determination about which proposals will be approved. And then there's another step after that where essentially the UCRC would work with those project proponents to develop the implementation agreements and the verification plans, looking at how the project activity would be verified and things like that. So there are a few other steps that would need to be accomplished to actually finalize this. Next slide, please. Apologies. So with that, the staff recommendation is on the slide here to approve the 2023 System Conservation Pilot Program as a state-approved conservation program, which would affirm that any projects that are ultimately approved by the UCRC receive these protections pursuant to state statute. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions for Amy? Okay, any questions online? We'll go ahead and do public comment. I would like to limit public comment, if possible, to 3 minutes apiece. So the first person may go when you unmute them. Yeah, we can, while you're getting, are you ready? What? Okay. Yep, it's fine.
Hi, this is Ed Millard. Are Peter Fleming and Beth Van Verst going to speak? Because I would defer to them for now, and I'll revise and reduce my comments after they're going to speak if they're scheduled to.
Mr. Millard, this is your time. I don't know if they're, are they Peter and Beth? I don't have Beth.
He's on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do it
Get
now then.
Peter ready, please. No. We'll get Peter on if he's ready. Go ahead.
Okay, that would be better. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Hi, Peter. If you'd like to introduce yourself for the record, and I don't know if you have a guest with you or not, but go ahead.
No, thank you, Chairwoman Brown. Appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. I am Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel at the Colorado River District. I don't have a guest with me. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes for public comment,
Okay,
Peter, when you're
sorry.
ready.
I believe Beth Van Verst is on and available. She is Counsel for Southwestern Water Conservation District. I'm not sure if she wishes to make any separate comment, but the the request of the Colorado River District is that the Water Conservation Board postpone for a short period of time, 2 weeks, action on, or formal action on this item, number 12. I realize that's a bit of an imposition to ask you to reconvene again outside of your regularly scheduled meeting, and don't wish to impose that, but we do make that request. And the reason is that, you know, it all seems a little rushed right now. That I know this is, you know, you guys are way behind schedule. I do want to respect your schedule and people's needs to get fed and so forth. But I would just say that, you know, system conservation, it can be and is a controversial topic. Some producers within the River District's boundaries are interested in participating, obviously, as made evident by the number of proposals that were submitted within Colorado. Some are opposed, and stridently so, and including for reasons related to potential impacts to their own operations by somebody that's participating, their neighbor that might be participating. I'm aware that this has led to some recent pretty heated controversies within the ditch companies within Western Colorado. And, you know, obviously controversy is not something that never happens in water matters, but this is getting heated. And the controversy, the time constraint can put us all in a pressure cooker. Rightly or wrongly, I think that, you know, that has happened in this situation, and our request for time is really to give us a little breathing room, give the CWCB as a board and as its staff in the River District and its board and staff and Southwest presumably as well, a little bit of breathing room and time to focus on a good compromise about the scope of the reviews that you've just been presented with. You know, I'll just say our view is that both the Water Conservation Board and the districts have a higher level of input and activity than simply the determination as to whether the proposed system conservation projects fall within the conservation programs that both the Water Conservation Board and the River District has adopted. Don't know whether Southwestern has. I'm not sure about that. But the delay would give us a little time to work that through, and we would commit, and we do commit, to work in cooperation with the CWCB for the benefit of the entire state and our shared constituents. I would just point out that the criteria that was posted previously that the UCRC considers is all good criteria on an interstate basis. It does seem focused to me on what is the best way to get water down to the system. That's kind of what system conservation is. And it doesn't focus on intrastate issues that might be, you know, at issue, injury to a water right, compliance with ditch company bylaws, those sorts of things. And we do think that the governing law and the governing documents do provide for that opportunity. And regardless of how we sort through all those, you know, any dispute about that, we're committed to try to reach a fair compromise and work together with the CWCB and the Southwestern District to do something that's really beneficial for the whole state. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. If you'll just stay on the line, Beth, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Beth Van Verst. I serve as General Counsel for the Southwestern Water Conservation District. I certainly join in all of the comments that Peter just made. I know you all have had a long day, so I will be brief. I simply want to reiterate the request that Steve Wolf, the General Manager of the Southwestern Water Conservation District, made of Commissioner Mitchell yesterday. And that was for, you know, 2 things. Number one is additional information information on these project proposals, regardless of the role that is being proposed for the conservation districts as well as for the CWCB board. I don't see a way that we can reach any sort of determination based on the information that we have to date. The only information that we have at this time is what's been provided in your CWCB board online on the CWCB's website. Amy did send us an updated version of that memo today, but we haven't seen the applications. We haven't seen any operating plans. We haven't seen any details. Without that information, I don't know how the Southwest Board could determine whether or not these are water conservation programs that warrant protection under state law. We do, as Peter mentioned, believe that we have a broader role in this discussion as well, and that additional considerations need to be taken into account. With that, I will stop. I know you all have had a long day. If you have any questions for me, I'm certainly available to answer them.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate your time. Next on public comment is David Harold. David, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, David Harold, a farmer in Western Colorado. Was involved with SCPP in the first round, and I've been discouraged to watch the discussion around this renewed SCPP, and feel that it's important for agriculture producers like myself to have an opportunity to engage in SCPP, to take thoughtful consideration for our communities, and to be educated and informed. And I feel like that is somewhat been lacking in this discussion. We saw a rollout, and there seems to be some hesitation in the various government offices and river district, et cetera. I would like to see hopefully more engagement directly with producers to protect private property rights, and educate producers on the implications that if they participate in a program like this, that there is more at stake than just their operations, and hope that we can move forward in solving a problem that is not going to go away in the long term. Seems like right now, as it's raining here, that why am I talking about this? But thank you all for your hard work, and thanks for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you very much. If you'll stay on, we'll take questions after the end of public comment. Last public comment is Ed. Ed, welcome back. Sorry for the confusion at the beginning. If you could limit your comments for 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. I first wanted to read a quote from Andy Mueller, February 22nd on this program. He really eloquently describes a lot of the concerns that are growing in the West Slope about the SCPP program. Any water saved by Western Slope water users will probably end up being used by the lower basin states, California, Arizona, and Nevada, instead of bolstering reservoirs. Just because the River District has created a policy for approving SCPP applications doesn't mean it endorses this program. I don't think it is a well-designed program to actually achieve the stated goal, which is to assist in bringing balance to the river. Any water produced under system conservation, to the extent it makes it past your neighbor's headgate and makes it to Lake Powell, is going to be sucked through the Glen Canyon Dam and into Meade, and right through Hoover and onto some lawn or swimming pool in Southern California or Arizona. I don't think that's a great idea, and I concur with his sentiments. If you are voting on the use it or lose it statute today, I should point out that there is an exemption in that statute that precludes Division 7 conservation programs from getting the protections under that use it or lose it statute. So a key question I would ask is, if that is the basis, legal basis for doing this, then how are you doing these conservation programs in the Dolores project? Because that statute doesn't apply in Division 7. As commendable and worthwhile as the Cowa projects are, which Greg Peterson described today, I don't really think they belong in SCPP. These farmers have a full supply this year, so they aren't mitigating any drought this year. Last I heard, the conserved water will stay in McPhee Pool. SCP money should be going to fix Lake Mead and Lake Powell. It feels like the Waltons and the Nature Conservancy are softening up a beachhead for real demand management later by putting forward projects now that no one can object to. I'm certainly not, because they're commendable programs and the full service farmers need as much assistance as they can get. Down the road, these programs may be less palatable, and at the end of the road, they may look like more like Crowley County, which has always been our concern. WCB told the Southwest Basin Roundtable in January that entities with control of the water rights, in this case, the Dolores Water Conservation District, would need to approve these projects. DWCB has been briefed on them, but to my knowledge, they have not seen the actual applications and contracts or formally approved them. And one of the key points is to clarify exactly what's going to happen to the conserved water in these programs. I'm going to skip ahead. As you recall, 2 months ago, I asked about the legality of these programs under Article 3 and Article 3A and Article 8 of the Colorado Compact, and I've still heard nothing back on it. I'm not a lawyer, but the way I read it, the Article 3A says that upper basin water rights have to be used exclusively in the upper basin. And the Bureau, being the water master in the lower basin and then delivers water to lower basin entities like Central Arizona Project and Southern Nevada Water Authority, allowing the Bureau to buy water from upper basin water rights is the same as allowing lower basin cities to buy upper basin water, which has been forbidden for 100 years by Article 3A.
Thank you, Ed. We're at time.
Thank you for your time. I'll submit the rest in writing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there more public comment? Go ahead, and Greg, if you would introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Greg Peterson with the Colorado Ag Water Alliance. Yeah, great. Well, I'll be quick. I just wanted to share, this winter I've been traveling a lot, and of course, system conservation comes up, and I'm just trying to pass on what I'm hearing from a lot of producers, and it seems more unpopular than it was 5 years ago. And there's just a lot of concern about the program. But I think it's been mentioned multiple times that it was rolled out quickly, and that wasn't your fault. I mean, that's how this worked. And I think what's concerning though is we want the program to be successful, whatever it is. And the perception that I'm hearing from a lot of producers is just that the way it's been rolled out is they're almost wondering if that was intentional. I've had producers say there's $125 million for us, and the state or special districts like the River District are getting in the way of that. And I'm not saying they're right. I'm not agreeing with them, but that is an opinion that I've run across quite a bit. And so, I mean, these are the people that you need to have this program be successful in the future. And I'm just saying that at the moment, any kind of faith in it seems pretty low. And there's a lot of concern of just how that's rolled out. And so that's just something that I've brought up quite a bit and asked people about their interest, or people who I participated in the last round are saying, well, where's these groups that went out 5 years ago and got us involved? And so it's just, and I've talked to other people who did help, and they're like, I'm just not comfortable asking people to participate in it anymore. So I think that I just wanted to share that with you. Whether or not people are arriving at the right conclusion, it's just, I think that there's just a lot of apprehension and confusion about it right now.
Thank you. There's one more public comment that I need to read into the record. Public comment is from James Eklund, Sherman and Howard, North Sky Ranch. This is his comment. I would like to voice support for the CWCB adopting the staff recommendation to approve the Upper Colorado River Commission system Conservation Pilot Program project as a water conservation projects under Colorado water law. As the 5th generation of my ranching family from the Western Slope and a water lawyer to boot, I know how vital the strength of our water rights are to our agricultural production. I also understand the importance of upper division states doing what we can to control our own destiny. The SCPP, while imperfect and inferior, in my humble opinion, to banking water and Colorado Lake Powell demand management account, is nonetheless an important step in the right direction. The SCPP also provides agricultural producers with more options while allowing us to contribute to saving the system on which we rely. We know all too well that the system failure will place agriculture in both basins under severe stress that might practically cut us off. Beware those discouraging participation in the SCPP under the guise of protecting agriculture. Production agriculture operations invest our revenues back into our operations. Please speak directly with us instead of with those who purport to speak on our behalf. My email is jeklund@shermanhoward.com and my cell phone number is 720-228. Thank you for your time and your service to the great state of Colorado. Okay, that wraps up our public comment. Before you, we have staff recommendation. Amy is still on the line. The folks that submitted comments are still on the line. Are there any questions, comments, thoughts from the board on this agenda item 12?
Can I make a comment?
Please.
Greg, I heard you loud and clear, and I would agree the rollout has been a struggle. And I think it's important to recognize where the first system conservation pilot program came from. And there was not the crisis urgency that was this last couple years. And so I will take that critique. I will take some of the responsibility. I'm also going to pass some of the responsibility where it belongs. And that will be a pleasant conversation also. And so, but I want to make sure folks hear this piece too. I've heard the concern, and I think I want to make sure it's clarified what exactly we're asking the board to do today. Is this a conservation plan? And would those water rights be protected? So that is the ask of this board today. Remember, the UCRC still needs to make decisions on how to move forward on individual projects. That being said, historically, those were not public meetings. I have asked that they be a public meeting. As of today, I made that request. I believe that request is moving forward, and that would be at least one of the paths forward is that we would have a public meeting. Those require a 2-week notice, which I think is serendipity to what some of the asks were by the district is 2 weeks notice or 2-week delay. There would be no way that we could have a meeting prior to 2 weeks with the Upper Colorado River Commission. So I believe that will happen, and that will happen publicly. What I'm also committing to is that that the applications redacted with personal information, I'm going to request that those be released as part of that with an appropriate timeline in association with that UCRC meeting. And so recognizing that there is personal information in those applications, but I think folks want to be able to see the words behind the tables and charts, and I think that is maybe a little bit of a push with the other commissioners, because we really focused on doing this the way that it had been done before. But kind of hearing what you said, Greg, this isn't. We're not in the same time that we have been before. And so we need to be a little bit different. And so I'm going to be requesting that occur with the applications. We're going to probably have to have some legal look at making sure that that's okay. We're also probably going to have to be reaching out to the folks that put in applications and letting them know that that's going to be my request. And so that is my plan in moving forward. That being said, as every day is a learning experience, if we were to do this again, which I don't know the answer to that at this point for sure. But if we were to do this again, I would ask that the applications be transparent from the beginning, with the personal information redacted that is necessary on an individual basis, but that there would be transparency from the beginning of the process in the application, and recognizing that people would maybe have to make decisions of whether they were willing to do that or not. And so that is not the way we did it this time. But I think I would do it differently. But I think when you're talking about on ground, on farm information, it's appropriate for folks to know what they're giving out to the public ahead of time. That is personal information. And as always, it is our role, our duty, but it is part of what our state is about, is protecting those private property rights and the ability for each person to make the decisions that suit them on their ranch or farm, and continuing to allow folks to make the decisions that meet their needs. Ranching and farming is difficult, and I do not want to be one that precludes them from any creative opportunities that there are. So I just wanted to put that out there on the record and publicly, and go from there.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Are there any comments from the board? Director Brody?
Thank you, Director Brown, and thank you to staff and to Director Mitchell for all your hard work on this program. I certainly recognize and acknowledge that SCPP is far from a perfect program. But that being said, you know, it is something that we, along with the other upper division states, have pledged to participate in, should it be made available, and obviously subject to all the other reservations in the 5-point plan. I don't know that anyone's ever excited to see water potentially leave the state of Colorado, but it is perhaps the least painful way that Colorado can participate and be part of the solution right now. And I also want to commend the water users who have come to the table and have offered to be a small part of that solution in support of the state's larger efforts. And I just want to acknowledge that too. As I understand it, the decision that we're being asked to make today is a relatively narrow one. It's not approval of the specific proposals per se. It's really just a question of whether this program as a whole qualifies, and whether water users can get protection that would be afforded to them under state law against an abandonment proceeding. So with that, and again, recognizing that there's probably a lot we might do differently in the future, you know, I think it makes sense for us as a board to support our water users in coming to the table and being part of the solution pursuant to the UCRC program.
Thank you. Other comments? I'll make a brief one. I just want to thank everyone for coming to public comment today. There's been a lot of information and discussion over the last few weeks, as Peter Fleming mentioned, and I know that this board does not take any of these decisions lightly, but I think well said, Director Brody. The scope today is a narrow one, and I feel confident in this board's ability to look at the task at hand at this moment and not delay the decision 2 weeks. That's my personal opinion. I think we've given lots of time, and as this is a voluntary program, those who want to voluntarily participate in it should have that ability. So thank you for that. And also thank you, Director Mitchell, for your work, and to staff for your work. It's been a rough one. And again, thank you to those who took the time and waited patiently for us to come out of executive session and to share with us your thoughts. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. Any further comment from the board? Anything online? From Director Sakata, if he's still there.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Go ahead.
Thank you. You know what? It's a pleasure to live in a state where everybody really wants the best for their communities. I think that's the bottom line here as we look through these conversations. Everybody wants to make sure that, you know, their communities are taken care of. And I think that, as you spoke, the local control is so important. You know, I'm going to be the first to admit, as a director, I wasn't clear on what we were doing. You know, when I look at my notes from January meeting, I actually was under the impression that we were actually going to approve projects. And so I was a little bit concerned. But as has been explained, and as Director Brody has pointed out, that no, we're not approving the projects. We're allowing the projects to fall under the conservation provisions allowed by the state. So that makes a lot more sense to me. I would have a question for Amy, if I could, is that, you know, these pilot projects, hopefully the goal is we're going to learn something so that moving forward, we have a better idea or pursue new ideas of how we're going to meet potentially future crises in the future. So with any plans that go forward, will we be able to view those results of those activities, and so we can have a better idea moving forward?
Thanks, Director Sakata. That's a great question. And the answer is yes. Certainly, you will be able to review, you know, the last time this project was operational, the UCRC did a pretty comprehensive report, and I will actually link you to that in the chat on, you know, the projects completed and what was lessons learned and things like that. So I would, you know, anticipate something similar to that. And yeah, you're exactly right that this is a pilot program, and the goal is to learn and look at innovative ways of doing things. And, you know, some of the projects I think that you might see in SCPP are not dissimilar to those that you might see, you know, funded by a water plan grant, for example, that are just looking at innovative ways to do things. And one of the criteria that the UCRC uses is specifically focused on, you know, diversity of projects, so that we can learn new and interesting things given the challenging future that we're facing. So I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's exactly the type of information that would be available based on the pilot program.
Well, thank you. I definitely, if we go forward with this, I really want to put that in on the agenda for a report back to the CB for this.
Thank you, Director Sakata. All right, we're at the time where we have staff recommendation. Looks like all questions and comments have been answered. Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the director's comments up here. I very much appreciate Commissioner Mitchell's statement, and appreciate all the public comment. This, I think, as a whole pilot program, and what is on the table, to what Director Sakata just said about the impacts to our communities and how it is great to live in a state where we have this kind of care. But I think that it's important for all of us to look at, you know, what is being asked and what stage that we are at and what point in time and how we're getting there. And so I look forward to continuing to learn about this. I look forward to seeing how this goes with some of Commissioner Mitchell's requests. And I would, you know, ask the stakeholders and decision makers of the Colorado River to remember right now how important it is that, you know, we stay united, keeping our eye on the big picture of what we're working on. And that really is the resiliency of water in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Director Felt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues today and also the public. I'm not going to divulge conversations that have been had in executive session or privately, but I think it's pretty clear that we're dealing with a very difficult situation, probably obviously in some ways a flawed approach and in a difficult situation. But we also did put out an RFP. We also did imply to the many people who made the decision that they wanted to participate in this pilot program. We're being asked whether we're going to stand by our word to protect their historic use and to protect them from abandonment under the pretense of what I consider to be a non-precedential situation in terms of how we look at this, if we look at this in future years. My belief and my statement is this is kind of a strange one-off that we're in right now, but I do feel that we need to stand by what we proposed in terms of providing these protections. I do think that there is room, as Director Mitchell has stated in her desire to have a public UCRC meeting about this. I think there is definitely room this year to improve the program, but I don't think that we're going to improve it by not providing those protections to the people who have applied. And so I'm up for a meeting in 2 weeks. I'm up for a public UCRC meeting, but it's not really up for debate to me whether these water right holders who've applied for this program in good faith should or should not have their water rights protected. They should. And so with that sort of background to my thinking, and I'm very sincere about that, I think there's still room for improvement in the program this year, but it won't be at the expense of these water right holders. I would move staff recommendation as presented.
Thank you, Director Felt. Second by Director Combs. Is there any further discussion? Anything online? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really, I want to be clear, as I looked at the staff recommendation in the printed agenda, there's a big difference from what Amy posted on there, and it deletes the word projects, which I think really helps. So I want to make sure that we're doing staff recommendation that states it's for the program and not necessarily for the projects. I think that's where a lot of us got confused in the beginning. Is that right, Amy? That's what I saw real quickly.
No, I'd have to bring the agenda up, Director Sakata, but you know, I think I try to keep agenda items, the text on them brief, and maybe that did a disservice this time. But you know, it's ultimately determining whether the projects that would ultimately, you know, move forward pursuant to UCRC approvals, you know, are provided the protection of a state conservation program. So it really is a programmatic level decision. You're correct, but it is giving the individual project proponents the protection. I'm sorry if I just confused things more.
Do we need to bring it up on the screen so that we make sure that we have our motion correct?
Yes, I want to make sure, because I'm willing to just state my motion rather than making a reference to staff recommendation, but that could be flawed too. Okay. I guess just a point of clarification. It seems to me that this gets at what I want to do, maybe not in the way I want to do it. but I think I'm assuming this is the legal way to do it, that we have to approve the program as a state-approved conservation program, not simply state that we're going to provide these protections. According to the statute, we have to designate this as an approved, state-approved conservation program. Yeah. So, sure. No, I'm not changing it. I'm going with the staff recommendation. I think that's the only, more or less the only way to do this.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Director Sakata. All those in favor of the motion on the table, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Can I also make sure that everyone that's online and a voting director has the opportunity to vote aye if they mean aye at this time?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All those opposed to the motion, please indicate by saying nay. The motion carries. Thank you.
Can I make one more statement?
Yep.
I just want to make sure that it is clear to both the Southwest Water Conservation District and the Colorado River District that this in no means that that we as the CWCB or myself as the commissioner are not willing to take input as we move forward. I have no idea what the date of a UCRC meeting is, but I am confident we will have a public meeting where these are able to be discussed. I am open to having the discussions up until that point. I'm also open to receiving comments through that avenue also. And I appreciate the input, the time. My door will continue to be open as we move forward in the state.
Thank you. This board will be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.